Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello, good morning. Hello, hi. It is the Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube. Good morning to everybody. Hope you had a great, beautiful, wonderful, relaxing, fun, and exciting weekend. I did. It was awesome. Christopher Nolan doesn't miss, man. The Odyssey was great. Loved it on Saturday. Yes, I got myself some popcorn, but it was still really good. He just doesn't miss. Matt Damon generally is great and put it all together. It was a really good story, really good. I mean, obviously it's a good story. It's kind of endured for, thousands and thousands of years, but it was really well done and fun to watch. Kids loved it. Heather loved it. I loved it. So kudos to him. That was a highlight. I know that many of you enjoyed the soccer yesterday, big finale of the World Cup. Personally, I'm glad it's over. I know that a lot of people were excited. I even got to sort of see it. I was in a restaurant watching a Mariner game on one TV while all of the others were on the World Cup. So I saw that there were a bunch of goals disallowed, and I'm sure that was very frustrating for people. But Spain wins, and congratulations to Spain. That's about all I got, but I'm sure it was fun. I can dig right into this. What the heck? I rather than doing a full boat, maybe I got the Odyssey on my mind, a full boat of Mariner late night texts and everything else from the weekend, I think I'm just going to read what I think is almost like an act in three plays, or a play in three acts, rather. So just sort of a miniature version.
Late Night Mariners texts.
So it's not a full slate of late night Mariners texts, but I'm just going to read you a series of texts from one person. Okay? And this is on Saturday, which is really the best way to sum all of this up. And if you weren't paying attention this weekend, the Mariners got blown out on Friday. It looked bad on Saturday. They come back to win. And then Sunday, yesterday, again, they had to come back, but they were down 2-0 and kind of ran away with it in a, what was the final score yesterday? 6-3, I think, when it was all said and done. Anyway, late night Mariners text, okay? Let me just set the scene. Late night Mariners text. It even says it in the text. You're absolutely right. It's currently 3-0, bottom 7 on Saturday. It's time for the Mariners to be sellers this trade deadline. All the data over this season has shown that the Stars are not stars this year. Trade Gilbert and or Kirby. If the clubhouse gets upset, they shouldn't. Fair or not, it's their fault that this season is a disaster. Trade for bats or relievers. I don't think I'm being pessimistic. I refuse to be delusional about the Mariners. I'm a fan, and I think this season can be saved. I refuse to be a delusional Mariners fan and think this season can be saved. Even if they've proved me wrong again, what about this team tells you that the World Series is likely? I want our first World Series to be one we have a chance of winning. Okay? Fair? Not unlike a lot of other late-night Mariners texts that we've read over the course of this season, right? A lot of frustration, understandably.
Late-night Mariners texts.
At that point, the team had been shut out for 16 innings. You can understand the frustration. It's bubbling and boiling and building, and everybody in the city is about ready to explode with how annoyed they are with a team that has really high expectations. Then I get another text from the same person, 7:07 p.m. And Cole Young homers to tie the game. All it took was one mad text. I hate baseball. And then again at 8:15, an hour or so later. And Julio walks it off. Of course, the Mariners did the opposite as soon as I make a declaration. I still think that if the downward trend continues, that they should trade a more valuable commodity in the rotation, but maybe that will fire them up. Look, that is baseball, man. I know people get frustrated with the phrase. It takes you to your breaking point. It gets it brings something out of you that nobody wants. Nobody wants to be the person who sent a text at 6 o'clock saying, oh my God, the season is over. I hate this team, only to an hour later be jumping up and down because Cole Young hits a miraculous 3-run home run and Julio walks it off a few innings later. But that's the way the game is. And listening to Aaron on Saturday, he kind of nailed it. There's a little moment in there. It was just, I think, right before the home run, but a batter or two before, where he's like, as bad as things are, they're a home run, one swing away from this being a 3-2 game and right back in it. And it wasn't Naylor who got it. They ended up with the hit by pitch and then a walk. Or maybe it was the other way around. And then it's Cole Young who ends up delivering. And there's going to be more about him, obviously, over the course of today because he's kind of the hero of the weekend, right? 2 huge home runs to win or put you in a position to win both of those games. Enormous weekend for Cole Young, big weekend for Colt Emerson. The kids were really the story. We'll talk about Julio a little bit as well. It was just, for me, really happy to see Julio get the walk-off, even if it wasn't a base hit, even if it was a sac fly. He's just been in so many of those spots over the years. And just unfortunately, just never see, either he walks and takes a good at bat or he doesn't seem to get it done. And so, like, that frustration, you could tell, gets to him. He wants to be the hero. He wants to be the guy that, his team counts on in those moments. So, yeah, I baseball is definitely like that, where just when you are of the belief that you know what it's going to do next, it zigs, it zags, it takes a turn. It gets blown off course, to continue my Odyssey talk this morning. Just when you think you've plotted a course and know where you're going, Poseidon has other ideas. And the next thing you know, you're blown off course and trapped by a witch for 7 years. You just don't know. Weird game. And just because you've seen one thing doesn't mean you're going to continue to see it. Now, that works both ways, right? The negative side of that is Rob Refsnyder's been a really good hitter against lefties for how long now? And he's just awful this year. He has been terrible, one of the worst of all time. And then the other side of that is he's going to come off the injured list here in a week or so, and he could go on a tear and hit 300 for the rest of the year. I don't know. Neither do you. Neither does anybody else. Neither does Jerry. Quite frankly, neither does Rob Refsnyder. They don't have a clue. It's a game about process. Bring the process every day. Grind through it. I had a great talk with Cecily yesterday about her upcoming season, and she's kind of thinking about what her goals are and what she's going to try to accomplish this year. And I said, if you get caught up in how many goals do I score, you're only setting yourself up for potential frustration. You can play the greatest game in the world and not score a goal. You can score 3 goals in a game and not have played well. Trust the process. Or in hockey, the process. Obviously, it's a little different in hockey. You got to trust the process. But baseball, hockey, and I think I'd probably put golf in there as well, are more process-driven than the other sports. They all involve process, don't get me wrong. But those ones really, because you can work really hard, do everything right, and have it not work. And just have it not work. That's baseball sometimes. It's hockey as well, right? You set everything up, goalie makes a save. You set everything up, the other team makes a block. Okay, look, those things happen. Whether you've executed or not. In baseball, God, you take a good at bat, you swing at the right pitch, and unfortunately it goes right to somebody. Or you never get the right pitch in an at bat, and there never is anything. Like, you can have a good at bat, and it just doesn't work. And that's why I spend so much time on the show not focused on results, although obviously the results matter, but focused on the process. Are they taking good at bats? Are they grinding through them? Are they doing the little things? Is the baseball IQ up to snuff? Are they making the right decisions? Are they controlling all the things they can control so that the things that are outside of your control will eventually even out and go in your favor? Weird game, man. Unlike all the others. football teams over time, I think you get a pretty good sense of who they are. It's not to say they won't surprise you, because obviously if I knew what a football team was going to do, I'd throw money on it in Vegas and I'd be a much wealthier man. I'd quit my job and move to Mykonos. Sorry, I'm just on fire right now with the Greek stuff. But like without that, in football, you kind of have a sense of what your team is, what they're going to be. Basketball, probably more than anybody else. But in baseball, just be very, very wary and don't give up. Don't give up. Because as soon as you do, it just seems like the team is they're gonna burn you for it. They're gonna burn you for it. And that's what the Mariners did this year. And wasn't it great? Isn't it great to be burned that way? So fun. All right, let's see. What do we want to do today? Adam Jude's gonna join us. Speaking of the Mariners, we'll talk to Adam Jude at 8:30. I'm introducing something new at 9:30, Maura. I don't know. Maybe Maura's got a better memory than I do, which doesn't take much. I was like thinking about it. Where did this come from? I forget why it came up in my life, but I was looking at one of the Seahawks games from last year, and I was like, God, I don't remember that at all. Oh, I know what it was. There was one of those like guess the receiver things, sort of like they've been doing in golf, where they black out the receiver and he runs a route for a touchdown. And I clicked on the comments, and everyone was like, "Oh, that's obviously JSN. I remember when he did that in Jacksonville against so and so." And I was like, I don't remember that. Like, I never remember anything. I know what the Seahawks did, and I kind of remember how it ended, but like the details of all those games. So I thought we got 20 days to go. They played 20 games last year. With 20 work days to go between now and the start of the preseason, I thought maybe we just go over each of the games, one a day at 9:30. Maybe it's just for my benefit, but I'm going to guess I'm not the only one who doesn't remember all the details. Today is not going to be the most fun, but it does set up the next 19. So we'll do that at 9:30. We'll come back with everything you need to know, and more will take us around the weekend. Coming up on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
What are the priorities in the second half? Number one for me, you got to clean it up. Start playing cleaner baseball.
Include Naylor in that. I'm going to have a lot more emphasis on him because he was a major straw that stirred the drink in their run in August and September last year.
That's fine. You can focus on Naylor all you want. I'll still be focused on, Cal, the guy who hit 60 home runs and had the greatest season ever for a catcher last year.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Your local Bryant dealer can make sure your system is up to the task. Whether it's maintaining your current system or installing an energy-efficient Bryant Evolution cooling system with perfect Humidity Plus technology, your dealer will give you what you need to help your family beat the heat. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. That's BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Go all in at Toyota of Renton with incredible inventory on the 2026 Tundra. Lease the 2026 Tundra SR5 for $479 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing, or finance at 2.99% APR for 72 months. Toyota of Renton's fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and walk you through the finance offerings so you can drive that truck home the same day. Visit them in store or online at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Hi, Chef John Howie here. At Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue, we've been serving the East Side for more than 24 years. We love serving our guests and creating wonderful memories. We also love serving the community, from local schools to amazing organizations like Hope Link, the American Cancer Society, Bellevue LifeSpring, and so many more. I want to thank you, our guests, for supporting Sea Star all these years, making it possible for us to serve and help those in need. Thank you. SeastarRestaurant.com.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo show ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Smalls here. If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Mariners and Reds tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Cool cars, cool people, good tires. It's the Good Guys 38th Griots Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals, a giant car show featuring over 3,000 of the Northwest's finest hot rods, muscle cars, classic trucks, and more. Enjoy live music, a free family fun zone featuring the Auto World model car make and take, and earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest and more. Happening all this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
It wasn't always pretty, but the Mariners did what they needed to do this weekend, ultimately. They did win a series against a team that you really didn't want to lose to at home, especially important coming up against that team in this built ballpark and coming off the tough road trip last week and the All-Star break last week. You just had to win, and the key to doing that was winning on Saturday. Friday, kind of a lost cause. Bryce didn't have it. Offense gets shut out. Okay, fine, turn the page and move on. Yesterday, a nice win after getting down 2-0 early. Big home run from Luke Raley, another one from Cole Young. Great. That helps put it away. But Saturday's the swing game. That's the game you needed. For 6 innings, looked like they could get shut out for a second time in a row. They're down 3-0. You get a walk, you get a hit by pitch, and then you get Cole Young.
The pitch. Swung on, tagged, right field, it's hammered, it's back, it is gone! Cole Young, one big swing, he has tied it. Well, the Mariners needed that, and Cole Young comes through big. It's 3-3.
Yeah, he sure did. Give Colt Emerson credit. He saved a run in the 10th. We know how important it is to keep the other team off the board in the top of that inning. Just a stellar defensive play. And he also, give him credit, bunted the ghost runner over to set up Julio, who walked it off.
Smith set. He deals. Swung on, crack, left field. It's hammered. It's caught by McCray. Robles is going to run home and score, and the Mariners win it. Julio, a sacrifice fly. The celebration is on.
Yeah, sure was. We'll let Moore go through more of that in around the weekend here in just a couple minutes, but it's a nice moment for Julio. I think it's an important thing. I'm glad Dan mentioned Colt Emerson and the defense that he played in that game. Huge. Don't win the game without it, or at the very least, you're tied and you see what happens next. And obviously, Cole Young, we talked a lot about the stars carrying this team. Well, sometimes you need somebody else to step up and do that. It was Luke Raley, it was Colt Emerson, and certainly it was Cole Young this weekend. So Mariners get back to 500. They got the Reds in town for 3 games starting tonight. Brendan Donovan got into a couple more games this weekend for the Rainiers. 0 for 7, so he might need a little bit more time to get the timing right. Rob Refsnyder 0 for 3 in a rehab start as well.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Excuse me. Well, it's now football season. What? Yes. It's true. The rookies, they're already practicing. It's been now for a few days. Full team gets underway on Friday. How crazy is that? First workout will be on Friday. That feels, it's still sort of like mid-July. It used to be August for training camp. Now, July 24th, the Seahawks rather be underway. One rookie not able to go this weekend. It was 7th round nose tackle Devin Eastern, placed on the preseason PUP list, so maybe we'll get a chance to see him at some point. You think there's going to be any drama with the vets? I don't feel like there's likely to be any drama. They took care of JSN. They took care of Derek Hall. In theory, there's the Spoon question, which is still outstanding, but I don't know. That just feels like it's likely to work itself out during Hard Knocks. So, and I don't think there's any way he wants to be the bad guy during that filming. So, I guess you're looking for injured players and seeing who's able to go that wasn't able to at parts of the offseason. Torrey Horton, A.J. Barner, Elijah Arroyo, those 3 probably come to mind as players that we'll be watching for to see whether they're practicing early. But for the most part, it looks like it's going to be drama-free to start the season, which is exactly what you're looking for.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, drama-free does not describe the scene at Royal Birkdale this weekend. That was crazy. Ryan Fox ends up winning the Open Championship.
New Zealand has another major champion.
Everything about that was awesome. Birdie's the final hole to avoid a tie with Cameron Scott. Takes home the Claret Jug. It was incredible. That was only the 27th birdie at 18 all week. Only the 27th birdie at 18 all week. He shoots a 62 on Sunday to win. He is big. He's like 220 pounds. He's like a Brock-style golfer. Like he's a big boy. His dad played rugby down in New Zealand. He plays as fast as you could possibly play. That was a blast. And it stands, I said, in contrast to the whole Bryson DeChambeau problem, as he was assessed a 2-shot penalty Friday for inadvertently improving his lie in the fescue. It wasn't cheating, but, you're not allowed to do it, even if it is incidental. Rory McIlroy, though, wow, listen to the scorched earth.
Yeah, I won't pretend to be up here and defend Bryson. I'm not particularly fond of him. I think a lot of it's performative. I think a lot of it's for attention. And to hold the tournament hostage like that and have all of us, volunteers, players, everyone waiting on him to depart, I didn't feel like it was a great look.
Damn. That's about as rough criticism as you're going to find in sports. Congratulations to Spain. The country has won the World Cup for the second time. It went to extra time. 0-0. There's a big surprise. A couple goals have been taken off the board, but Spain got the one that counted. They win. England finishes third, I think, right, with a win on Saturday. And in 4 years, we will care again. That is everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here on...
don't pretend like you cared this time.
Well, no, other people can pretend.
Okay.
Because I don't really care. But I'm sure in 4 years, I'll jump back and be like, oh, yeah, soccer, yay. Yeah, all right. Let's take a quick break. Moore's going to give us the whole weekend, everything we missed, everything that happened. And then we'll come back, and we'll have a whole show after that. It's a lot to do this morning. It's a fun Monday. It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710.
Jeff Passan, every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
What can be the elixir to begin the second half for Cal Raleigh?
Just getting back to the basics. In his case, let's get the ball and play a little bit more. And a lot of this is swinging at pitches that he shouldn't be swinging at. Cal Raleigh will fix himself. I absolutely, firmly believe that.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Longer days, warmer weather, and a stronger you all start at Top Fitness. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and right now, check out the Top Fitness Big Sale in all 3 of their stores. Every category is on sale. Home gyms, weight plates, dumbbells, treadmills, and stair climbers like I've got. Great deals on display models, too. Have a home gym that needs some help? Get your rubber flooring and all the accessories you need. Get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
We share our used cars. So our used cars are open trade between any store. So the sales managers don't have a problem in saying, yes, that car's available. And then that person from Seattle can come to Kirkland, pick the car up and sell it. It's what's best for the customer at the end of the day.
The LJ way.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's figure out how to get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact. When you're all one team and you've got a great relationship, the other team comes over and helps that team, and then you as the customer don't see any difference in that experience. You're still getting the same service that you want and expect.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Kenny here to help you ignite your taste buds with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Juicy cherry, citrus lime, and blue raspberry. It's that iconic freezer pop flavor, but with none of the guilty sugar aftermath. The perfect summer kick. It's a delicious, portable, zero-sugar energy shot bursting with flavor. Bring on summer with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Dave Wyman here, brand new member of Harborstone Credit Union, and I got my PNW Cashback checking account for free. No fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. Gas, groceries, coffee, travel, lunch, all categories count toward your cashback. Open your free account online like I did. Go to harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
The countdown is on.
Just 5 days.
Until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's kind of an interesting debate. I think I know where I stand now, but I'll ask you guys if this is what you prefer. Before Maura takes us through a busy weekend, a very busy weekend in sports. 253 says, Salk, I do like you. Sincerely, Brock and Salk's best local radio show. That said, your vocal soccer hatred is real 1990s. Yeah, I get that. That's true. I'm not going to disagree with you. You're right.
Like your basketball knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of my life just sort of ended in the 1990s. Like, that's, I was a teenager in the 90s, went to college in the 90s, high school, you're absolutely right. The 90s are my high school and college time when, those are literally my formative years. Of course. But anyway, I wrote back. I don't usually write back, but I wrote back and just said, well, would you rather I pretend to like it? Is that what you want? And the person said, yes. I do want you to pretend to like it. Just like how a music radio DJ dislikes a song but has to say, hey, that was the latest cool hit by, I don't know, let's take a 90s band. Radiohead, another band I dislike. Yeah. And if I was a music DJ, I would do that for 10 seconds and then move on. But I'm not. I'm not a DJ. I sometimes would like to be. I think that'd be really fun. And we've even had some fun trying to go down that road occasionally on this show. I'd love to. Look, if there's a rock music DJ job available, I would be interested. I think that's interesting. I think that'd be fun. I love music. But I'm not going to be inauthentic. I'm just not. I'm not going to pretend. That's not who I am. It's not what this show is. I just don't like that. That's not who we are. So I'm sorry. I appreciate that you would like that. I'm not going to do it. If you're coming here looking at, and by the way, what do you think? You think I'd give you great soccer insight? I don't like the sport. I don't enjoy it. I'm glad you guys do. I don't. You want to come here and get hot soccer takes from me? I don't even understand it. What possible value do you think that you're going to get from that? So you don't want me to do that. You don't want me to be inauthentic. And I'll tell you why, because you want to know, I think, or at least I want you to know that when I give you a take on something, it's something I really feel and not something I'm making up in order to, appease people. What's the fun in that? 90s, baby. Let's go 90s. Lithium on XM. Channel 34. Rocket. More of what happened this weekend.
Well, we can actually start there because I've been trying to watch some of these soccer games, and some of them have been fun, but I watched yesterday's, and I thought it was everything that people that don't like soccer complain about. I did not enjoy it. First of all, we were out for lunch, and I was trying to find somewhere that had the Mariners game on. Everywhere I went had the soccer game on every single TV. Like, we can't put the Mariners game on one TV.
We literally, at one point, I was sitting at a table with my phone watching the Mariners game on my phone.
That's what I did too. So I had the soccer game was on all the TVs, and I had the Mariners on my phone.
Thankfully, waiter came over and was like, "Oh, you guys want me to put the Mariners game on one of these TVs?" Like, yeah.
It's like when there's like 8 TVs, you would think you could put the Mariners on one. But anyways, people were really into the soccer. So yeah, Spain, Argentina was scoreless into not just the one extra time period, a second over extra time period, but that only lasted 39 seconds before Ferran Torres scored what ended up being the game winner for Spain.
Porro chance to cross, hooks it in. Williams battling, knocks it down. It's free. It's a goal. It's Ferran Torres.
But their win felt kind of inevitable as Argentina didn't manage a single shot on goal in 120 minutes while Spain had 11. And once extra time started, Argentina was playing a man down after their midfielder Enzo Fernandez was given a red card in the 93rd minute.
I thought that was
I thought that was super weak.
Right?
Like they were both going for the ball. It was like the Balogun thing. They were both going for the ball. I felt like incidental contact to me. And
I get those things if you're going to call a foul, like whatever. You call a foul. It seems like they call a foul all the time. Like, all right, there's contact. It's a foul. It just felt like they were, I think that's honestly, like that play right there is part of the reason I cannot stand the sport. You're telling me two guys try to kick a ball. They both go after it. One guy goes flying through the air. So they're like, you're out of the game? Yeah. What?
Intent doesn't matter at all.
Absolutely absurd sport. That doesn't, it's absurd.
But then Spain had a goal called back because of another foul that seemed like a guy just basically took a huge flop. And then there was another goal called back because of offsides. That's the other thing I've noticed through this tournament.
They're all offsides.
Multiple times a game, you think someone scored and it gets called back.
I will say, I saw the celebrations for the two goals that were called back versus the one that wasn't, and they seemed to know. Like on the one where it was not called back, they went crazy in the corner. On the other two, they were like, yeah, we're excited. But it didn't seem quite the same.
I just feel like, offsides happens in hockey every now and then, but through these soccer games I've watched, I feel like there's at least 2 goals a game that get called back. That part's annoying too. I will say the Argentinian goaltender had, because Spain was getting off so many shots and Argentina wasn't, he had a really good day. Because you say they usually make you said like 2 or 3 saves a game. I think he had like 7 while I was sitting there.
That's big. Big day.
But yeah, Spain's win just kind of, like I said, felt inevitable, especially once Argentina was down a man. So they win that one 1-0 and take down the defending champions.
On Friday, I picked the kids up. They, I forget what it was. Avery was at her camp thing, and I picked them up. So 3 of us are in the car. No Heather. And Cecily's in the back seat. She goes, "Hey, Dad, do you have to work and watch? Do you have to watch the World Cup again this weekend for work?" I was like, "No." She's like, "Oh, thank God."
I think it's hilarious how funny you think it is. Like it's random that your family doesn't like soccer. I think you've rubbed off on them quite a bit.
You think I rubbed off? Dude, my family doesn't care what I think. They watch plenty of stuff I think is ridiculous.
Your daughters listen to like classic rock because they don't like some of the same things you do?
Sometimes they do, but I like
and like old movies and shows, Die Hard.
But if they didn't like it, they'd tell me. Like, believe me, I've shown them stuff where they're like, "This is awful. I'm out." They like the stuff they like. They just have good taste.
I just think it's funny how you act like it's just random. My family doesn't like it either.
They don't. Heather doesn't like it. Why isn't Heather's fault? Why do I get all the blame? Heather likes it less than I do.
All right. Well, we'll get into some Mariners here. Their offensive woes from the first half seemed to continue Friday as Giants starter Landon Roop tossed 7 scoreless, giving up just 2 hits.
Oof.
The Giants bullpen continued to evade the Mariners' bats and combined for the shutout. Bryce Miller was scoreless through 4, but gave up a 2-run home run to Eldridge in the 5th. He got into some more trouble in the 6th after allowing a single. Lee ended up safe at second on a fielder's choice because of a throwing error by Colt Emerson. Miller then hit a batter and was pulled for Ferrer. Ferrer walked the bases loaded, and the Giants drove in a run on a fielding error by Cole Young. So a little more of that like sloppiness we were hoping not to see. Nick Davila gave up a grand slam in the 7th to really break that one open for San Fran, 7-0. And that would be the final score. So they lose game 1 of this series.
I'm not going to talk anymore about that. It's just an awful game.
That's fine.
I do think this is funny. Can we make fun of soccer fan for one more moment? Because they're hilarious. This just cracks me up. Salk, you're wrong again about the red card. No kidding. Of course I'm wrong. I don't know anything about this stupid sport. It was a second yellow card, which gives an automatic red card. It was a dangerous challenge by the Argentine player. It was a very basic yellow card. Just unfortunate he already had one.
Yeah, but that's
still dumb.
That's where I'm with you. Like, well, that's not a sport I want to watch if you can't go after the ball and like incidentally collide with someone without that seeming like a violent dangerous play.
I get you don't understand soccer, but don't spew inaccuracies. Honestly, I watched that out of the corner of my eye, man. This is why I don't talk about it. I don't have any idea what I'm talking about.
I knew it was a second yellow card, but it basically turns into it ejects the player. It has the same effect.
I thought the flip was great. If there's more acrobatics in soccer, I'd be watching a lot more. It's
like
you
can be happy about the play, but report the truth. I'm not a reporter. I'm not reporting anything. Did you need me to tell you what happened?
I mean, I believe I was the one
If you needed me to tell you what happened on that play, then you're worse than I am.
I believe I was the one that said it, but yeah, he got ejected no matter what. So sorry, second yellow card.
I might eject the 3-6-0
Isn't it equivalent to
here.
a red card because you get kicked out? Whatever.
The whole thing is bizarre. Bizarre to watch. Thank God it's over. Thank God Friday night was over too. That game was terrible.
Yeah. Well, and then Saturday looked like more of the same for a good portion of the game. Wu allowed an RBI single in the third and 2 solo shots in the sixth to give San Fran a 3-0 lead. The Mariners had 1 hit from Cole Young and no runs through 6 innings. But in the seventh, Arozarena was hit by a pitch, Naylor was walked, and Cole Young came up big.
Swung on, tagged, right field, it's hammered, it's back, it is gone! Cole Young, one big swing, he has tied it. The Mariners needed that, and Cole Young comes through big. It's 3-3.
Luzardo and Munoz held the Giants scoreless in the 8th and 9th, and so the game headed to extras. Ferreira was great in the top of the 10th, striking out Devers to end the inning, and then in the bottom of the 10th.
Hold on, wait. Can we just? We gotta get it. I didn't play it and need to know earlier, so I just want to get the Emerson play in from the top of the 10th because this was awesome.
Ferrer's 3-1. Swung on, ripped left side, diving, stop Cole Emerson, scrambles to his feet, fires to first, he got him! Paint that one gold! Cole Emerson, a wonderful play to rob a rise of a base hit.
Not just to rob him of a base hit, which would have scored the go-ahead run, but he even kept the runner at second and didn't allow him to go to third with 1 out at that point. So that's a stellar play by Colt Emerson. You want to know why Colt Emerson's on the team right now? It's not because he's hitting. He's not. But he can do that, and I don't know whether J.P. Crawford gets to that ball. In fact, I'm going to tell you he probably doesn't. Not sure. You never know. Maybe he's positioned the right way. But that is probably, I think that's the reason. That's why JP's playing third most days. It's why Colt Emerson is in the lineup. He's not hitting. He's kind of going through it a little bit, but he can make that play. And in this moment, in that game, that play, I don't know if it wins you the game, but it put you in position to win the game. You get down 1-0, what is it, 5-4 there or 4-3 there? I don't know if you win the game. Maybe you do. Maybe you tie it up, and who knows what happens. Go to another inning, but you are at a huge advantage as the home team if you don't give up a run in the top of the 10th, because then it allows you to do what Moore's about to tell you about in the bottom of the 10th, which is bunt the runner over and go from there.
Yeah, Lyle's favorite. Colt Emerson then laid down a sac bunt to advance Robles to third. J.P. Crawford walked, and then, as you mentioned earlier, great to see Julio come up clutch.
Smith set. He deals. Swung on, crack, left field. It's hammered. It's caught by McCray. Robles is going to run home and score, and the Mariners win it. Julio, a sacrifice fly. The celebration is on.
Like you said, big weekend from the young guys. Good to see Julio come up clutch. You still just hope in this second half that we're gonna see some more from some of our
Cal still looks pretty lost. Naylor maybe a little bit better weekend, but I was happy for Julio, man. I was happy for Julio. He's just had so many of these moments where either he doesn't come through or he moves the line and isn't the hero, which is fine. I mean, like, that's what you're supposed to do. If they don't throw you a strike, take your pitches and head on down to first. If that had happened in this case, it would have been what? Bases loaded and 1 out? Well, this time he actually got a pitch to hit, and good on him. He hammered it into left field. You knew the game was over as soon as it left his bat. Pretty cool. And he was just the right amount of happy. And I'm sure after spending, what turned out to be basically 2 weeks on the IL with a concussion, hopefully they weren't batting him on the head, congratulating him.
But yeah, nice to see them kind of recover after a start to the game that, looked like it could end up looking a lot more like Friday. So you like to see that. Sunday, Logan Gilbert went 6 innings, giving up 3 runs on 4 hits and striking out 10. He did give up 2 of those runs in the first inning with a home run to Eldridge and an RBI single to Ramos, but RBI singles from Naylor and Wes Wilson tied it up in the 4th. Each team drove in a run in the 5th to tie it back up at 3-3, but a Luke Raley solo shot in the 6th gave the Mariners the lead again. And Cole Young, man, have a weekend. He gave them some insurance with this 2-run shot in the 7th.
The pitch. Swung on, lasered, right field. Has he done it again? Yes, he has. Cole Young, 2-run home run, homers on back-to-back days, and the Mariners lead by 3.
So, Cole Young's got a lot more pop than I thought he did.
I think that
for the
a lot
record,
of people thought he did, yeah.
That's his 13th home run of the year.
I mean, we saw a little bit of that in spring training, right? But you didn't know how real it was.
He's on 20 home run pace. He's on pace to hit about 20 home runs. If Cole Young's going to hit 20 home runs on a yearly basis from the second base position with the kind of defense that he's played this year, he is a much better player than I thought he was going to be. I thought he'd be a good player, but if that's truly what he is, and he's still only, 21? He hasn't even learned power yet. Like, you don't learn power till 24.
He's been big for them
Impressive.
this year.
Honestly, very impressive. Good on him. Good on him.
I still just keep coming back to before the season started. I don't think we ever thought they'd be relying on Colt Emerson and Cole Young this much.
No. No, we talked about trading Cole Young for Ketel Marte.
Yeah.
Good on him. Baseball, man.
That made it 6-3 Mariners, and Spire and Munoz each pitched a scoreless inning to keep it that way. M's win 6-3. Now we have the Reds coming to town. Your guy,
Tito. Yeah, I do love me some Tito. Not gonna lie, I do love me some Tito.
How many years did you cover the Red Sox when he was there?
3.
Okay.
I think it was 06, 7, and 8.
Where the Reds are not doing very well. Right?
No, they're they started off well and they've fallen apart. They're bad.
They're 45 and 53.
Yeah, they're not very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good news.
Tito being here, Billy talking up in here. I like to talk in his throat.
It does sound kind of right.
Gotta talk about Millsy.
You also mentioned this one earlier. Ryan Fox shot a 268 to win the Open Championship, his first major. He also birdied the 18th hole to avoid a playoff with Cameron Young, which apparently was not a common thing to do.
No, 18 was brutal. Just a brutally hard hole all week long. He absolutely smoked his drive. It's a risky drive. Not everybody hits driver, but he smoked his drive right in the middle of the fairway. And even with that, because it's like a 500 and some odd yard hole, he still had 170 something in, which is, look, they're pros, but that green was really hard to stop it, and it stopped, 11 and a half feet from the hole. Still not an easy putt. I was watching guys miss putts all week long, not just on that green, but on all of them, but especially on that green. Man, he drained that thing with all the pressure on him. It was awesome.
I kept seeing everyone post about how fast his pace of play was.
Yeah. It was crazy. So the way it worked, Sam Burns had a chance to tie, and he missed his birdie putt, which he needed. So he had a par putt just to, finish off his round. And it was shorter, but he gets out of the way to clear the way for, the dramatic putt at the end. So good on him. He hits his putt and is like, then you expected a couple of minutes of Fox walking around and checking out this and looking at that. Instead, it's oh my God, he's already on the ball. Oh my, it's in. It was crazy. He took all the drama out of it, and then it's just yeah, I was ready to go. It's not that hard a putt. Let's go. It was phenomenal.
No time to overthink it.
Well, I'm sure that's a big part of it as well, right? He didn't give himself that opportunity to think about it and get nervous. He's just yeah, no, I'm ready to go. Bang, it's in. I've won the Claret Jug.
He takes home $3.2 million.
Yeah. He's not a big name at all.
No, I
big dude, not a big name.
He's a big guy.
Big. I think he's 6'1", 220, which for a golfer,
I was going to say, okay, so for a golfer.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's going to play in the NFL.
New Zealand, right?
He's from New Zealand.
Yeah.
He's a big boy now.
I think that's pretty much it. There was one other thing that we haven't gotten to that I just thought was crazy. I messaged you guys on Friday. Did you see this story about the Arizona Cardinals director of scouting?
Yeah.
His name's Ryan Gold. He's been suspended by the NFL for violating their gambling policy. He's being accused of providing confidential inside information on 2026 draft selections before the picks were made, and also of participating in parlay bets on NFL and college games. His attorney, Mike Caspino, calls the accusations blatantly false, and apparently he's going the Peyton Manning route. You always like to bring up Peyton Manning saying the HGH was his wife's.
Oh, he didn't say his wife. Well, I mean, it was just her name on the HGH shipments.
Well,
obviously, it wasn't for the guy still playing good football in his 40s.
No. That has neck issues.
It couldn't possibly be for the guy who overcame the neck issues and played football really well, long past the right amount of time for someone to do that.
Yeah.
It had to be for his wife. There's
lots
nobody
of women
else
I know
in the family.
take HGH
Yeah.
just casually.
Quite frankly, who doesn't?
Well, anyways, his attorney is taking that route here and saying that the gambling activity was Gold's wife making $10 weekly bets with a group of high school friends on parlays, and that he was not involved at all. And also, he could not have divulged the Cardinals draft picks because he didn't know who they were picking.
Right.
Only the owner and the GM knew that.
Well, it was too bad he was shut out of the whole process.
The director of scouting, you're going to tell me he doesn't have any insight?
None.
On who they... All right.
Or it's just a director of scouting. Come on. Why would he know?
I'm assuming the league did a lot of investigating before they suspended him, and I'm interested to see how that defense goes.
I would be willing to bet that not only did the league, and I don't know, but willing to bet that the league not only investigated this, but they know that there's even more to the story about this guy. Yeah. I would be willing to bet that this is just the tip of the iceberg.
If that's his defense, I don't see it going well.
No, probably not. Although it's worked for Peyton Manning. Nobody else ever talks about it. I'm the only one who ever talks about Mrs. Manning and her Ashley, right? And her
Peyton Manning can
her
do no
HGH
wrong.
habit. Yeah, we've decided that that's fine as a society.
I'm with you. I thought that was a big deal as well.
All right. Thanks, Maura. Good trip around the weekend. Yeah, it was. Anyway, I'm not going to keep coming back to all the soccer questions and stuff. Look, you know what? Other people will find it easier. I don't. I'm not going to fake the funk, man. It's not who I am. I'd rather make fun of it. I think it's more fun to just laugh about it than it is to pretend and be like, well, okay, I know you guys care, so here's the score. If you need the score from me, then you don't really care either. Like, you already know the score, and I'm not going to tell you any more than you already know. So I'm out. I'm just going to make fun.
You have at least mentioned the big games and need to know.
Yeah. You know, and during the last few days of the tournament, after the U.S. was out, or once they got like kind of good, I stopped making fun for like a week or two, and then now it's over. So now you can make fun again. That's just sort of how the rules work. Also, God, is this tournament long? They've been playing for months. Sheesh. Takes forever. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. 425 says, I'm sure his wife will appreciate finding out she has a gambling problem. That's true. Wait, I have a gambling problem? Me? Oh, my God. When did I get the gambling problem?
I'm not saying that it couldn't happen, but I don't know a ton of groups of, like, high school friends that have, like, a gambling parlay.
I mean, you know, it's Arizona. God knows what's going on down there. But
maybe I'm being sexist.
206
I personally don't know of a lot of those.
Stop being sexist. I think if there's one thing we've covered over the years on this show, it's your extreme sexism. And I'd quite frankly like you to cut it out.
Okay.
The show is trying to hold ourselves to a higher standard, and we don't need your sexist drivel pouring out over the air, ruining our reputation. Brock's in. Mariners have themselves a good weekend. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
There hasn't been a new owner for this team since 1997.
I'm looking up, I'm reading about them because I didn't know anything about the family, honestly. It was interesting. A tech family, very smart. But the second thing I thought about was, can you just be an owner? Just be an owner. Don't mess with anything that's going on because Mike and John have created something special over there.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security.
For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Rev up for the biggest weekend of the summer. LeMay, America's Car Museum, presents Super Summer Weekend, and it's mostly free. Tons of events highlighted by this Friday night. Disney and Pixar's Cars Under the Stars drive-in movie. Then Saturday, Carson Coffee Show with Family Steam Day, featuring Super Highway 71's incredible custom-built car tracks, live demos, and hands-on fun for all ages. Don't miss it. One epic weekend. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH. To borrow up to $10,000, use code CASH to borrow up to $10,000.
Let's go! This This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Michael. How we doing?
2 pretty big wins for the Mariners, I'm not going to lie. They needed those 2, man. They needed those 2.
Friday night was a little nervous Nelly time.
I would say Saturday about the 6th inning was nervous Nelly time.
Yeah, that'd been 15 straight shutout.
Yeah, I'd say there were a lot. I mean, I started the show at
True.
6 with a couple texts from the same person. They were like, this sucks, trade this person, kill that person, I'm done with this person. And then like an hour later, like, sorry about that. Cole Young, I really appreciate you hitting a home run. Julio walking it off. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's sort of how it goes. I mean, the twists and turns of a baseball season are just hilarious. Just when you think you're
Remember that Marlins
sure
team?
what's going to happen.
Remember that Marlins team that swept you out of South Florida? They just put the ball in play, that ran all over the place, that pressurized you. Have you seen what's happened to them since you left? They've lost 7 in a row. That Tampa team that was, 20 games over 500, putting the ball in play, great ball, great chemistry, the opposite of independent contractors. They hand the baton one to another. What happened to them? They've lost 5 in a row.
Red Sox team and Orioles team that were miserable early in the year. Now they've both won, 8 and 10 straight?
13 in a row and 7 in a row.
Unbelievable. I mean, the game is very, very hard to predict. Don't try. It's very challenging. We spent a lot of time over the last couple of weeks saying Cal and Naylor. Those guys have to turn it around. Julio to a lesser extent, but looking for their stars to be stars. And the Mariners win a huge series at home, mostly because of Cole Young and Colt Emerson. Because why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't those 2 guys end up being the story? I thought what Cole did on both Saturday and Sunday, just huge home runs. Dude's got 13 home runs this year.
Yeah.
Did you see Cole Young is right now on pace for 20 home runs? Did you see that this year?
Not really.
20?
Not really. He's also played. So he's the only guy on the team that's played 100 games
every day.
Every single day. An absolute machine. As others have gone down with injury, kind of all around him, or lack of production, or sent away. Nope, that guy has just been an absolute rock.
It's easy to do when you don't have any emotion. When you're just
it was a big difference. It was a big moment and changed the momentum a ton. So that was great for the team, and it changed the game a lot.
It's like when you're conserving some of that energy by not saying much, you are able to really expend it out on the field. And good on him. He has tremendous weekend for him with the 2 home runs. They're in real trouble if he doesn't hit that 3-run home run.
Yeah, and if you're a Giants fan, you're just shaking your head like, okay, Friday you get the win you didn't think you were going to get with one of your lesser arms, and not just a win, but a 7-0 shutout. The Boo Birds are out. This team cannot hit. Then Logan Webb, 3-time All-Star, he gets the ball Saturday. He's absolutely shoving. You couldn't do anything against certainly his movement pitches. And then all of a sudden, just one little hiccup, one little walk, one hit by pitch, and then a slider that was right in that go zone.
Yep.
That like Darryl Strawberry, since Darryl Strawberry in the 80s for a lot of lefties, they love that spot.
Yep.
Lower left, lower inside corner. Here we go. And he just deposits it and just changes, as you said, the whole tenor of this weekend. He doesn't get that one.
Oh, you lose, and now you're down. You've lost the series, and I don't like the way the vibes go if you lose that. Instead, it does change kind of the whole everything, which is great. And it wasn't enough. They still needed more than that, right? That tied it up. So now you go to extra innings. How many times have we said you have to find a way to not let the other team score when you're at home, or to score at least a run when you're on the road? It just it changes the pressure significantly. And if it's not for that Colt Emerson defensive play, they give up a run, and who knows what happens in that game. It was huge.
It looked like to me off the bat that he was going to get to it. I just didn't think he was going to be able to get up and make that throw. And reminiscent of the play in in D.C. when he was able to get the runner at home. He's just very athletic and was able to get up so quickly and make a strong throw. It wasn't just a throw; it was a strong throw. Rise runs pretty well. I wasn't expecting to get the out there. I was thinking we were going to be first and second with nobody out, but to get them out there is even such a huge bonus. And it was just an incredibly athletic play.
I mean, he does it all, Brock. He not only saves the run, but he also keeps the guy on second, and he gets an out. Yep. So, I mean, it's really a 3-in-1 kind of a play up the middle for him. That's why he's here. He's not hitting. Mm-hmm. But if he can do that, that's why he's at short and J.P. Crawford isn't. Yeah. That saves you the game.
And there have been some errors. There have been some, and he I'm sure was kicking himself Friday night after, what should have been a double play, and he throws one in the dirt to Bryce. I don't know if it really matters with the way that he and everybody else hit that night, but yeah, he responds. He's a young guy that has to, and you have to. And when you're in the spot, we watched it with Cole last year. Like, you got to find a way. This game will get you. This game is really hard. Once they get a book on you, and once they find some of your really cold zones, they're going to keep attacking and attacking and attacking. But to respond from the night before, to respond when you're not hitting, and just show that, as Dan said, that just twitchy, man. He's just a twitched up athlete. Getting to balls, getting off the ground, the arm is twitchy. All those things that you like to see with other young shortstops in baseball, you got one. You got one. Is he going through a valley right now at the plate? Absolutely. But did he respond in a huge moment when they needed him? You bet he did. And then yesterday was just kind of.
That's why he's on the team, right? Though. I mean, this is right up your alley. This is what you've been talking about, right?
Yes.
Be athletic, be young, hard to play against, make up for some of those sloppy plays that they still made this weekend. And Cole made one, and Colt made one, and Luke made one. And yet those three guys, the three guys who made sloppy plays this weekend, kind of end up being your three heroes in your two wins. True. Right? I mean, Colt has the defensive play and the bunt. Cole Young and yes, he had an error on Friday, excuse me. Cole, brutal, tough error on the throw to Brian Wu on Saturday. I mean, that's part of the reason they were in the mess to begin with, but he comes back with the huge home run. Mm-hmm. And then Luke has a big mistake as he allows a run to score and a bobble in the outfield. And yet he comes up with the game-winning home run yesterday.
Right.
And then Cole has another home run. So it's just, all right, those guys made mistakes, but if you're going to make mistakes, you got to do something to overcome them, and they did those things.
Yeah, and I think you texted Saturday, whereas Friday, I think it was still the game maybe within range, and San Fran's bullpen isn't good, and Dan has to make the decision that night. I'm not going to go to my leverage arms and kind of save them for Saturday, and even down a couple runs, and it was looking very, very bleak. Went with his leverage guys and believed they could get to that bullpen, believed there was a big play right around the corner, a big hit in this case for Cole, and there was, and then you got to finish it yesterday. All right, so even the series, Cole kind of is the savior with the 3-run bomb, and then you got to go win the series, and I thought yesterday played one of their better games of the season, put pressure on Robbie Ray, knocked him out of that game with four innings in, and then we're able to do the damage to a bullpen that isn't very good and beat a team that isn't very good and take care of business and
get
the second half started right.
Absolutely. One other note from the weekend is I was just happy for Julio. I'm just happy for him.
Yeah.
Whether you get frustrated at times with Julio, and there's plenty of reasons to be frustrated at times.
Some of the swing decisions are still rough, and you knew coming off of a long extended break for him.
Yep, he didn't get any rehab appearances or anything like that, so he's right back in there. And just thinking about what a good dude Julio is, how much he cares, how much he loves the fans, how much he engages, all that stuff. All the reasons we all love Julio. It's nice to see him deliver.
Yes.
He's been in a lot of those moments late in games. In many of them, he's taken the walk and just kind of passed the baton because they pitcher. And that happens. Mm-hmm. And it's not, he did it right in those moments. But, it's disappointing for him because he wants to be the hero. And finally, he was. I thought that was great. It's just it's a walk-off. He drilled it. I'm glad it wasn't a chintzy, it was a good, hard, solid line drive off the bat. You knew the game was over. I thought that was great.
I mean, that first few at bat obviously was a little bit difficult, just trying to hit a ball at least, But, I try to stay positive through it and, till the end of the game, definitely to be able to keep in a good mindset to be able to stay in the game.
You know what that is, so you know what that is. You know that person in our lives that is just a great, great gift giver. I mean, just energy. They just love to give gifts, and they just make you feel so good. Mm-hmm. And that's Julio. night in, night out. It's the fans, it's his teammates, it's a joy, it's a game of baseball. He just gives a lot of it. And then to receive it, for that gift giver to get to receive it.
Well said.
Yeah, and he gets a chance to do that, and those boys are happy.
Very well said. All right, Mariners' big 50-season celebration weekend, Brock, is kicking off August 7th. Seattle Sports wants to send you and a friend to be a part of the celebration. How good would that be? You'll get the chance to watch batting practice before the gates open on the field. Stick around for the game, the Alumni Home Run Derby. To enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app, okay? Can you do that? Can you open the Seattle Sports app? I think you can. If you don't already have the app, we got you covered.
You know me.
You just text the word APP to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. And yes, you can enter daily to increase your chances to win. The contest will run through next week, Monday, July 27th. All right, coming up, we'll give you guys everything you need to know and then some sound from Saturday that I don't think should be ignored. In fact, I think it should be focused on for a while. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
What are the priorities in the second half? Number one for me, you got to clean it up. Start playing cleaner baseball.
Include Naylor in that. I'm going to have a lot more emphasis on him because he was a major straw that stirred the drink in their run in August and September last year.
That's fine. You can focus on Naylor all you want. I'll still be focused on, Cal, the guy who hit 60 home runs and had the greatest season ever for a catcher last year.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Well, right now, the perfect time, right before school gets started, put things in order. I'm about saving a little bit of money. And one of the easiest ways you can save, well, take the First Mark Challenge. Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, and not only has it saved us thousands of dollars the very first year with First Mark, we've been saving ever since. Here's how. First Mark Insurance works for you, not one insurance company. They compare rates and coverages from dozens of the top-rated carriers, then they go to work to find you the right coverage at the lowest possible price. And when you need them, you'll talk to a real person who knows you and is there to help you in your situation. That's kind of world-class service that has kept us with First Mark year after year. So take the First Mark Insurance Challenge today. It costs you absolutely nothing, no obligation, and you'll find out just how much money you could be saving every single month. You could be the next First Mark Challenge victory. They've had over 11,000 of them over the years. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. What are you waiting for? Your savings start tomorrow. firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Wayscar Ford is celebrating their 104th birthday in Auburn. How's that possible? It's all about the people, employees and customers just like you and me. The Wayscarf Way, 104 years of service, trust, and community. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
Not all roofs are created equal, and not all warranties are either. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now, take advantage of free lifetime Golden Pledge warranties on all GAF shingle installations. And save up to $3,000 or choose 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Summertime savings won't last forever. Protect your home with a roof you can count on for decades. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawk, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery carts, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
Just 5 days
until training camp for the Super Bowl champs. And nobody has it covered like the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
The Boeing Classic welcomes the world's greatest golf legends to the Pacific Northwest, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Watch Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers compete for a $2.3 million purse at the only PGA Tour champion stop in the region. Bring the whole family and make sure to check out the Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com to get yours today.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, wasn't the prettiest weekend necessarily, but the Mariners did exactly what they had to do. They won the series. Especially important at home, especially against a bad team, and maybe especially coming off the tough road trip to end the first half and then the All-Star break. The key to the weekends, you had to win on Saturday. Friday, what are you going to do? Lost cause. Bryce Miller, not good. Offense shut out. Snap and clear. Yesterday, nice win, right? They got down 2-0 early. Big home runs from Cole Young, and Luke Raley helped put that one away. Nice job. The real game was the one in between on Saturday, and you're down 3-0, and things don't look good.
The pitch. Swung on, tagged, right field, it's hammered, it's back, it is gone! Cole Young, one big swing, he has tied it. Well, the Mariners needed that, and Cole Young comes through big. It's 3-3.
That was July 18th. I don't know whether that's too early for a circle that date on your calendar moment. But depending on what happens here over the next couple of weeks, months, I'm going to have I've got it circled in like dotted line and pencil. Like a little dotted line circle.
Yeah.
Like maybe that was the one where if you don't hit that home run and you lose 2 out of 3, 2 in a row, and instead you totally break out after that, that'll be a moment for me that might have that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think a couple things here jump out. That's not who was the team that came. Oh, the Angels came in here earlier this year. They're just a terrible team. Yeah. It's a terrible team. Giants have some good ball players.
Yeah, but they're not
just
a team.
No, they're not
they're
connected.
Kind of broken.
Yeah. It's just like they're in that. Okay, how are we going to lose next? How's something going to go wrong next? They're kind of in that mode. That's number one. Number two is you frame it that way. Isn't that kind of that 3-game set rather emblematic of an entire baseball season? There's 50 games you're going to lose. There's 50 you're going to win. And what are you going to do in the other 50? And that was kind of Friday to Sunday. And then in that other 50, you found a way through Cole, through Julio's execution, through Colt's great play defensively, through getting the runner over after holding them to a 0 in the top of the 10th. Found a way to win that one in kind of a gritty, tough way, and it was good to see and good to win that opening series to begin the second half.
Julio with the walk-off sack fly. Colt Emerson saved a run in the 10th with a stellar defensive play, bunted the ghost runner over to set Julio up for that. Kudos. Those three guys really probably more than anybody this weekend. M's get back to 500. They'll get the Reds in town for 3 starting tonight. Brendan Donovan got into a couple games this weekend for the Rainiers. His timing's not quite there yet. 0 for 7. Don't worry about it. Ron Bref-Snyder 0 for 3 in a rehab start. And congrats to Felnin Celestin. Promoted yesterday up to AA from Everett. I mean, he's earned it. He absolutely tore the cover off the ball at single A, or IA. So he gets moved up, and we'll see what he can do with AA hitting, AA pitching, and he'll be doing it in a more of a pitcher's area. So that'll be an interesting challenge. I'm kind of curious to see how that looks.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
It's football season, Brock. I don't know if you knew that. The rookies, they're practicing. Already been practicing for a couple of days. Got no news. I looked everywhere for news. There's no news of the rookies
Mr.
other
Eastern,
than Devin Eastern.
Devin Eastern.
7th round nose tackle. Devin
pup.
Eastern placed on the pup.
Yeah, I'm going to have a hard time to make this team.
Other than that.
Well, 2 other non-football guys that passed their pup, then were put on the non-football injury list. So I don't know if that's one of those good old-fashioned, you got to pass our conditioning test, boys. Because we've seen some of that under Mike McDonald. So that was your draft profile. Your little receiver special teamer, along with a Fuller, the corner that was also a late-round pick. So that's about it. You're right. Everything else been pretty steady Eddie.
And not like much drama expected when they report on, like the whole team reports Friday. Are you expecting drama? JSN got his deal.
Spoon's
Hall got his deal.
Spoon's going to hold out.
You serious?
No.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't see that happening.
No.
I mean, that deal's probably going to get done during Hard Knocks. And I don't think he wants to look like the bad guy during Hard Knocks. No. So I don't think that's not going to happen. Looking for a few injured guys, like will Barner be out there? Will Torrey Horton be out there? Right. Elijah Arroyo be out there? But other than that, like I don't have that much that I'm even looking for drama-wise.
No, and that'll be what? They're on the field Friday or Saturday?
I think they're on the field Friday. I think they report Thursday on the field Friday.
Already saw some Instagram with some of the big boys around. Mr. Bradford already walking the fields, and you'll start to see that as guys want to get back here, kind of get their legs underneath them. And then, I think those physicals, Torrey Horton's physical will be interesting. Does he actually pass it after not doing anything all offseason on the field? And can he actually hit the ground running? When that's your biggest storyline or curiosity, this thing's humming pretty good.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, big congrats to Spain, Brock. They've won the World Cup for the second time. Went to extra time. I heard the end of I didn't realize they called it normal time. That kind of made me laugh. He's like, and that is the end of normal time. We're on to extra time. Like, okay. A couple goals.
It was a terrible game.
Okay, well, that's what I thought, but
I was driving late last night back from camp and listening to 2 Englishmen on a sports radio, great accents, and they were like, this is the worst possible thing that could happen in this showcase. Like, Argentina played dirty, Argentina played terrible, Argentina gets shot on goal, and then they fight after the game, a la Seahawks.
And the guy was pulling Michael Bennett.
Just dumb. There was no beauty in the game. Spain gave up 1 goal in 6 World Cup games. I mean, it's just, what are we doing?
Good.
Oh, that's a record. It's more than good.
Well, if you needed drama, then it was a crazy scene at Royal Birkdale yesterday. That was awesome. Ryan Fox winning the Open, a birdie on 18, Brock. There were only 27 birdies on 18 the entire weekend, the entire week.
New Zealand has another major champion.
That was really cool. I figured you'd like him. Big dude. 220. Right? Like, he's kind of cut from your cloth. Like, he doesn't look like you're... Usually you like to be like, little man, little golfer. He's only 5'2".
Who's a little porcelain doll guy? Will Zalatoris.
Will Zalatoris.
He looks like a 128-pound dog.
Right.
Yes, this guy does not.
You like to talk about, like, Louis Oosthuizen and those. Like, oh, just a little guy. Just a little guy. Just Brian Harmon. Just a little guy.
I walked by little Louis at the Masters. He was a little guy.
I know. This guy's not little. 6 foot, 220. big dude.
Bryson, not little, stomping around the whole.
Did you hear the Rory sound?
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't pretend to be up here and defend Bryson. I'm not particularly fond of him.
He goes on from there. So good. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, let me set it up. An hour from now, Adam Jude will join us. I want to ask him about his Q&A that he had with DePoto. Kind of interested in that. And then at 9:30, Brock.
Yes.
Because my memory's bad. Thank you. Well,
how did this happen?
I told more earlier, I saw one of those like guess the receiver by the route thing, and it's like a blacked out thing of JSN burning some guy from Jacksonville. Yeah. And I was like, okay, it kind of looked like JSN. Actually, I kind of got it. I was like, I think that's JSN. And then I read like the comments, and they're like, oh yeah, I remember when this happened against that. And I was like, oh, I don't remember that at all. Wait a minute, I don't remember any of these freaking games for the most part. So
is this for the audience or for you?
Who said it has to be for one or the other? Yes, is the answer to that question. We're just
you know what humility is, right?
20 days between.
You know what humility is?
What? Knowing thyself?
Humility is not thinking less of yourself.
Oh.
It's thinking of yourself less.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, this was for everybody. It started because of me, and then I was like, oh, I wonder if other people are having the same problem. Not getting to remember and celebrate all of the incredible season we just watched. The Seahawks played 20 games last year, including the playoffs. We have 20 work days between now and the beginning of the preseason. So I thought one a day, 9:30 every day or thereabouts. There might be a couple days we have to move it. But we'll go through each game one by one and kind of remember how they got to winning a Super Bowl. So that starts on a down note, but don't worry, there's only going to be 3 losses. That's the fun of this thing. 17 of these are going to be fun, and I think it's easy to handle the first loss when you know the next 19 are coming. Stick around. It's all coming up on Brock and Salk.
Jeff Passan, every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
What can be the elixir to begin the second half for Cal Raleigh?
Just getting back to the basics. In his case, let's get the ball and play a little bit more. And a lot of this is swinging at pitches that he shouldn't be swinging at. Cal Raleigh will fix himself. I absolutely, firmly believe that.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
You're in charge of ordering boxes. Small boxes, really big boxes. You're in charge of tape, labels, mailers, bubble wrap, extra bubble wrap, just for fun. You're in charge of warehouse cleaning and safety supplies. Good thing there's Uline. Thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline makes it easy because you already do enough. Uline, we warehouse for you.
It's summertime and the living is easy. If you're like me, you're spending nights on the patio listening to the game and enjoying what makes our area so beautiful. Dave Wyman here, and I have just the offer for you to get the most out of your outdoor living space. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off the final project. I've loved working with Harley Exteriors. They're a local company right here in Bothell, down-to-earth people who enjoyed the same things we all do, rooting on our local teams and doing the best job we possibly can day in and day out. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home space and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Go to HarleyExteriors.com.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new?
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Imagine Wi-Fi so intelligent it can actually fix itself. That means when there's a problem, it doesn't slow you down. It keeps your streaming smooth, your gaming lag-free, and your work from home right on track. Well, this is Wi-Fi built for the way you live, powered by a fiber network with 99.999% reliability, delivering incredible speed and strong, consistent coverage in every corner of your home, even those hard-to-reach spots. And it's just not fast, it's secure. Think of it as a security blanket for your entire network, keeping everything connected and working together seamlessly. And here's the best part. You can lock in 5 full years of predictable pricing. No contracts, no surprises, just one simple plan that includes everything: data, equipment, and the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi installation. Comcast. Imagine that. Restrictions do apply. Select plans only, but make the call today to 1-800-XFINITY.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, you made the soccer fans mad, Brock. Tell me you don't understand soccer without telling me that was a phenomenal game. All right.
I was just listening to 2 really well-spoken British men last night on ESPN radio, and they were not...
And they were British,
nonplussed.
so they must have understood it. They must really understand soccer. All right, so I want to go over this sound. I'm a little curious how you take it. Dan Wilson was asked on Saturday morning before the game. So this is after the Friday night loss, I believe. Maybe it was Friday. I'm not sure. I think it was Saturday, though. Was asked what he wanted the team's identity to be in the second half of the season. Fair question, right? Mm-hmm. What would you like? You know, you're not quite where you want to be. What would you like the identity of the team to look like in the second half? Here's his answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think the identity is you know, it's a big part of what we talk about. It's a big piece of what we do, and I think you know, a lot of the things that we've talked about as a team, being gritty and coming ready to play and coming ready to fight. That's what our guys will do and will continue to do, and that's why it's exciting as we get ready to embark on the second half, because I think we're all ready.
All right, so when I first saw this, I saw the captions on it. Captions are auto-generated with AI. So you don't always have to trust AI because it said, instead of gritty, it said pretty. And I don't think that that's what he said, nor is it what they want their identity. Well, we just want to be pretty. I don't think that's what they want their identity
Pretty and
to
clean,
be.
Salk. Pretty clean baseball.
So that's not right. But he did say gritty. Gritty, ready to play. And then he adds ready to fight. But I'll focus probably more on the first two. To be gritty and to be ready to play. So I found myself thinking a lot about that. Like, okay, the identity, whether.
Can I pause you for one quick second? Just one quick second. Because as we kind of process through this, it is just a reminder to me that if I was ever one of these hiring tanks, right, these hiring companies that ADs hire for college coaches and NFL teams hire for, like, the number one question is that, can you answer that question about how you want the identity of your team and organization to be?
And can you answer it clearly and concisely?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And I think
and
we
you've
asked
asked
Mike
a lot
McDonald.
of people.
I certainly have through the years. And I knew right away that Vanderbilt was doomed. Yeah, the Derek Mason, the former Stanford D coordinator forever, great D coordinator, new head coach. What do you want the identity of Vanderbilt to be under your leadership? Oh, I want to earn the right to rush the passer. Like, well, that's not going to work. Yeah, that's not an identity.
That's not what that word means.
Then this is going to really fail badly.
Did you think this answer answered the question? Is that an identity?
I think those are makeup of the team. I mean, gritty.
Gritty and ready to play.
Ready to play. That starts to. It eventually gets there. But I think we asked Mike McDonald, one of our very first interviews, and it was chasing edges. Right? I mean, like the identity of the whole thing, on the field, off the field, everything that we do, we're going to be chasing every edge. And that kind of manifested itself in their scheme and the way they play, but also the way they build their whole 70-man roster. So it's a start. It's not a terrible answer.
There's sort of three conversations to be had around this answer. One is that an identity? I think it is. We want to be a gritty baseball team that's ready to play every night. Okay. I'll buy it. I think that's an identity. Is it well communicated? Because that's part of it, right? Can you clearly and concisely communicate to the players, to everybody, what the identity is? I don't know. That's a fair question.
Could be better.
It
could be better.
But he gets there.
He gets there.
And then the third one is, all right, are you achieving those goals? Are you achieving that identity? And so I went back to AI, since it had done such a phenomenal bang-up job on the transliteration of what Dan had said. And I looked at, all right, what does gritty mean in baseball? What does it mean to be gritty? I have my own thoughts. You do too. And I actually I think they gave a great job. Here's the AI definition of gritty in baseball. I'll read it to you. In Major League Baseball, being gritty describes a player who relies on relentless effort, mental toughness, and fundamentals rather than raw, natural talent. These grinders often get dirty, maximize their physical abilities, and consistently find ways to contribute to winning. That was a great definition. That's exactly what it means to be gritty. It then went on to say, gritty players have the following four qualities: high baseball IQ, players who make smart, instinctual plays, run the bases aggressively, and excel at moving runners over. They have resilience, the ability to battle through slumps, injuries, or grueling 162-game seasons without making excuses. They have plate discipline, elite contact hitters who are consistently fouling off tough pitches, working deep counts, and refusing to give away at-bats. And they hustle, players who sprint to first on groundouts, make diving catches, and break up double plays.
Tampa Bay Rays. Like, you read a lot of that stuff, and that's kind of the first, if this is what's the first image that pops in your head for the last 10 years? It's kind of the makeup of their team. And they've got to be that way because they don't spend, right? So you're going to have a lot of young and kind of trying to prove yourself. I'd also say some of that, just kind of, chip on your shoulder, gritty, grinder, the guy that wins the British yesterday, the Open yesterday. I'm going to grind my way to it. It's not always going to be the prettiest. It's not going to look the best. I'm not going to check every single pretty box, but I'm going to find a way by, biting kneecaps and kicking shins and doing whatever it takes to win. And that's where some of that grit and grind.
As I
totality,
read through those definitions,
is that
That doesn't sound like the Mariners.
It does not.
I'm just reading through the definite. Like, I think they have other things that are great, but that doesn't feel like what I've watched through 100 games this year. I mean, if you even go through like the players on the team and put them either in category A, which is relies on relentless effort, mental toughness, and fundamentals, versus B, category B, which is raw natural talent. Just go around the team. Randy Arozarena, B. Julio Rodriguez, B. Luke Raley,
A. A.
I don't know that I say that.
Really?
No.
Oof.
The effort's there. The fundamentals. Like, to me, Luke's good because he's so strong. But I'll put him in the middle. Third base, J.P. Crawford. I think J.P.'s in that category. There's a little bit more of that. I put J.P. in the A category. Colt Emerson's it's too early to put him in any category. Cole Young, he's been in the B category or the A category, which is good.
More A.
Josh Naylor. Depends on the day.
He wears both.
Like, I don't know where to put him necessarily. Cal Raleigh, a little of both. I mean, like, I think last year it started to feel like the A category of like, or the B category of like, this guy's just raw talent.
Yeah.
He can just absolutely mash the baseball. So, I mean, like, all players are going to have little elements of both of those, parts to their game. But I don't know whether I look through the Mariners and say, okay, this is a team that is maximizing its physical abilities and grinding and getting dirty every day. I don't see a lot of evidence of tons of high baseball IQ. I know that JP's got it. I know that Cal's got it. I know that I know some of the guys have it. The resilience, to me, that's actually where they're going to live up to this the best. They have done a great job of dealing with the ups and downs, of when it gets down, not letting throw them into a complete tailspin. And honestly, if resilience was part of that description of your identity, I think I'd feel pretty good about it. Plate discipline? I can't say that. Hustle? I don't think it's been a calling card of this team. Hustle doubles and they've had a couple plays. Don't get me wrong, and it's not like there's a lack of hustle every night. I don't hear that description and think it describes this Mariners team as well as I think they want it to. And then the last part, obviously, is the second part after he said being gritty, which is being ready to play. And obviously that was just not true for a lot of the first half.
Especially on the road. I mean, the road especially. At home, I think you could say that's largely been the case. But going out on the road, that has not been the calling card of this crew at 50 and 50 in their 50th year. That's just not. That has not been an accurate assessment. Now, you put Brendan Donovan, Salk, if he played 100 games for you or 90 games, right at the top of your lineup and moving around the infield and doing all those things, I think he would be he would epitomize Silo A there of anybody in your 40-man roster, right? That's who he is and what you thought you were getting and why I think everybody celebrated that move as the cherry on top of this roster. And it's not going to be. There's never going to be a through line of every guy is going to be built like that. And I don't think that's always totally healthy dynamics-wise.
So if you were asked for what this team was going to be, what their identity should be, what would you have said? What would your answer to that have been? Or what
okay, 866-979-3776, 866-979-3776. We'll engage every one of you out there. So what would I like it to be? And then what do I think it's been? Yeah, I think it's been resilient. I think that would be a great quality that you have to have in baseball. A sport of failure, sport of difficulty, sport of hard travel, sport of ups and downs, sport of slumps, a sport of 13-game winning streaks and 9-game losing. Like it is. You better be very mentally tough and resilient. So I think that is where they've been probably at their very best. What would I like it to be? Yeah, I think I would love a full team of just all gas, no brakes, just attack, pressurize. Those are the words that come to my mind. Like just pressurize. You know, I appreciated that about Scott. He tried to really build a team that was hard to play against, you know, and was fairly concise with that over and over. We got to build this thing to be hard to play against. I want to be hard to play against, not just with my own personal resiliency, but in the style we play. Like you make a mistake, you're going to pay. You throw one down and in to Cole Young, I don't care how good you're going to pay. You're going to make some errors like the Giants did yet. You're going to pay for those errors. So I would probably say that would be near the top of my list. Just pressurize, put the pressure on my opponent and be hard to play against.
I think about the players I like that answer. I think about the players on the team and what they've got. And some of your identity does need to be built around the players, right? You don't pick all the groceries, and you don't always even who you've got in your system and how they develop it. It's not always necessarily exactly what you might want them to be, and you got to go to some of the strengths of the players. I just look at the roster, and I think, yes, the word resilience probably needs to be in there. But after that, to me, it's pitching and being multiple, being varied, having different ways to beat you on offense.
Yeah.
They should be able to beat you with the home run. They should be able to beat you with a well-timed steal. They have players on the team that should be able to beat you with their defense. They should be able to beat you with their ability to get the bat on the ball when they need to. They have a lot of different elements. And if you're not going to, that can be a negative, right? Where you look at it and be like, well, we're not just a power hitting team. We're not just a slap hitting.
We're too many hats,
Who
right?
are we,
You're
right?
a jack of all trades.
So how do you bring that together? Because that can make for a great baseball team, right? Where if the guys getting on base get on base, and the guys who are supposed to hit home runs, it works as long as everyone knows their role. Maybe that's a part of the identity. We're a team where everybody knows their job. We're a team where everybody knows what it is they need to do in order to help the team win that night. The pitchers, the hitters, defense, the bullpen, all of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that helps with the resilience because all you got to do is your job.
Yeah.
So I guess I look at this collection of talent, and that's probably where I would have landed. I don't know whether this team is gritty. They certainly haven't shown it yet. Maybe they will. They've shown the resilient element of it. The plate discipline,
you heard Goldie
the hustle.
Did you hear Goldie yesterday, by the way?
I didn't get to listen. I had the game on, but it was in a bar where everyone was watching soccer.
Okay. So it's I forget what juncture. I think it was late in the game yesterday, maybe Saturday after the home run, that you realize after that 8-game winning streak that they had, from that point to yesterday, this was the worst offensive team in baseball.
Yeah.
So when you speak of resiliency, whether that is slug, whether that is average, it was a numerous OPS, numerous weights. 30th. It's all out of 30 teams.
Yeah, I get that. That's total. It's fair. They've also been beset with injuries this year, and I think they have been very resilient in staying around the 500 mark. They're right at 500 today while dealing with all those injuries. Like, I don't know, with some of the ups and downs and with Cal not hitting, and I think they have been pretty resilient, even if the number is true.
And
I think they've done a good job with
his
it.
point, and I think that's my point.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it wasn't just to crush them. There was no Julio for stretch, no Cal for stretches of that, no, healthy. You just go through the list.
They've done a good job with that. They've been really resilient. That's why we're not writing them off, and why you're sitting here today with a 500 record and 62 games to play with plenty of opportunities ahead of you. Absolutely. But I don't know whether they're going to succeed in the second half because of their grit. Because of their grittiness, their grinder. I don't see that. I think they're going to succeed because everyone really understands what their job is and does that. And nothing more, nothing less. Just do your job. And I think that's kind of the
two biggest imprints in your sporting life.
Move it along. Move it
no,
along.
No. Pete
Give
Carroll
me
will be
some
so
blue
proud of
88s.
you. We're a 4-3 defense with a 3-4 principles. Look at, we're varied. And then Bill Belichick, do your job. Just do your job.
All right.
I love it.
Hit let's move it along.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Now, do we have any competition for the backup quarterback job this year, Brock? Jalen Milroe and Drew Lock? Is there any sort of a debate here?
Mr. Rappaport was reporting that over the weekend. Mr. Pelissaro, I think, even reporting it. I think on the surface, I understand it. If I'm doing kind of national coverage like both of those guys, and maybe they've heard it from a few people within the building. Yeah, we're not just writing Jalen off as a third stringer. We don't want to do that. It's a third-round pick. One of the most dynamic athletes on this whole roster as they all get gathered together this week and begin training camp. He's one of, the 3 or 4 or 5 best athletes, period, on the whole roster. Mm-hmm. So we're not going to just say, third string, another developmental year, just put him on the shelf. That's not what we do. We're 70 strong. Everybody, to your point, you just made with baseball, play your role, play to your capability, and for Jalen, take some steps. And we'd love for him to compete with Drew Lock. So that's all on the surface. If you were out at the couple practices of mandatory camp that I was at, you could see the delta between him fundamentally, decision-making, accuracy, and Sam and Drew. He's got a long ways to chase that. And here's the challenge. Very minimal reps. Like how many total reps did he have through April, May, June, walkthroughs, OTAs, mandatory camps, drives, versus how many is he going to get here in training camp into the preseason? We know how fast this goes. What do you say, 20 days to the first preseason game?
Yeah.
It feels like it's even seemingly faster than that. Certainly once they start camp Friday, it'll be 2 weeks. And then, yeah, he's got to play, bottom line, he's got to play tremendous in the preseason. And that didn't always happen last year.
I mean, I would say, though, I'm sure they want that.
And
to
with
be the
14
case, right?
returning starters, Salk, or 14 returning guys on the offensive line and all of that coming back, he should have a little more help in front of him, which always helps quarterbacks in the preseason. Can I just get protected?
Yeah.
So he's going to have to protect the ball. He's going to have to make great decisions. He's going to have to play with more anticipation and accuracy than we saw in camp, which, again, is hard. When you're third string going against third stringers, and this defense is one of the best in the game.
I would think they would want him to win that job. Like, if he can, they save some money, and they can only carry 2 quarterbacks, which just gives them an extra roster spot.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
All right. Question number 2.
You're not going to mess with that room. You're not going to mess with the relationship of Drew. And
All right. Question number 2.
He's not costing you much money.
Question number 2. Well, then, Brock, could we see any surprise cuts or cap casualties?
Yeah, we asked Nemhauser about that last week, and I went through the whole roster here on Spot Track.
Okay.
Looking at cap casualties. And remember, cap casualty is, we save so much money, and the dead money is very minimal, so we can save $8, $9, $10 million bucks on some of these deals. They don't have that on the whole deal, like the whole roster. It is so well organized, so well thought of, so developmental that I think the biggest savings is, I did the math between dead cap number and savings. The 2 biggest savings you could have are Bradford and Chenna. And they're only $3 million bucks each. And I say only because in totality of the cap, that is a tiny number. And I don't think either of those guys are at much risk, unless, Bradford again struggles mightily and he's undisciplined, but they like his power. He's got a different skill set than just about any of the other 13 guys. So there just simply is not enough savings there. Now, there's a few guys at $1 million bucks. I'm going to put my Ebenezer's on here for you. So Chenna and Bradford were both $3 million. Olu, McIntosh, he's coming off that injury still.
Yeah.
Olu, I see Baltimore signed Posick or somebody.
Yeah.
So he's only $1 million. Rodney Thomas, $800,000. Saubert, $700,000. Peely, $200,000. In totality of cap, those are kind of rounding numbers. So it won't be in any way, I think, cap centric. It'll be totally play and competitive and roster centric, which is a real feather in the cap of the continuity that this organization has.
All right, question number 3. Talked about the rules of mastery, Brock. What is one of the first one, and what does it look like for the Seahawks this year?
Yeah, with some of that sound, I'm sorry I didn't paste that last night, but the cut more I had in the system, last night she emailed us about Mike McDonald way back at Lake Tahoe a week and a half ago, when he was talking about, and asked, how much difference is it going to be when you're the hunter versus the hunted versus the hunter? And he's just not what we do.
I got that. Here you go. Here's Mike McDonald.
We've come a long way in thinking about worrying about outside circumstance, and all that is just how people perceive you, which that has no effect on how we do what we're supposed to do every day. And I think when you think it through that lens, it just makes it way more simple to do business and takes a lot of pressure off you. And so that's the way we choose to operate.
And so many people say that. The first rule of mastery, Salk, is you don't care what others think about you. And how many athletes, how many entertainers, how many coaches, how many professionals have we come across in 17 and a half years of this job that like to say that, I don't care what they say about, really? Yes, you do. And if you don't, your wife does, and your agent does, and your boy does, and your friends do. Yeah, you do. It gets back to you, and it affects you. I did not master that rule. I failed miserably at it, especially at the end of my college years, and it affected me into my pro years. It really did. I'm thankful that it didn't affect much of my 19 years of broadcasting, I'm thankful I got paired with the psychopath from Boston, who just believed in me and empowered me and has been unbelievably loyal to me and all those great things that, I in the broadcasting world, I don't. And I've often thought, man, what if I could have taken my broadcast booth brain where I didn't think about all these other things, or what are my executives going to think, and what's my partner think, and what's the audience think? I just do my job. What if I could have done that more between ages 22 and 28 on the field? I think it would have looked a whole lot different for me.
That is today's Blue 88. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I wasn't talking about you.
The loyalty.
I was talking about Bob Shoes.
Not from Boston. The loyalty element, I would say, mostly comes from you being the reason people listen to the show and me wanting to continue to have a career. But I appreciate that you think it's just loyalty to you. I've always felt it as more of just survival element or something along those lines.
How have you evolved in that very aspect in your life, you think? And by the way, it'd be pretty.
I do care what people think. I don't know what to tell you. I do care what people think.
I know, but
not about everything.
But it doesn't necessarily affect. It affects you. Can we? We got to go to break.
We can talk about it some more. We'll do it next. It's Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
There hasn't been a new owner for this team since 1997.
I'm looking up, I'm reading about them because I didn't know anything about the family, honestly. It was interesting. A tech family, very smart. But the second thing I thought about was, can you just be an owner? Just be an owner. Don't mess with anything that's going on, because Mike and John have created something special over there.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Hi, Chef John Howie here. For 24 years, my team and I at Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar have called Bellevue home. We serve fresh, locally sourced seafood, farm fresh produce and poultry, and great steaks. At Sea Star, we like to say there's something for everyone, from the carnivore to the pescatarian to the vegetarian. Come see for yourself at Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue. SeaStarRestaurant.com, SeaStarRestaurant.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Toyota of Kirkland is going all in on the Corolla Cross. This July, lease a 2026 Corolla Cross L for $319 a month for 36 months with just $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible dealership is worth seeing in person. And with this offer on the Corolla Cross, their fantastic team will set you up with a test drive and you can drive it home the same day. Visit them in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawk, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery cards, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
This text says, you two would be really irritating if you weren't together. Okay.
What's that mean?
I don't know. It says, I love it. Thanks. All right. Well, glad to hear that.
First rule of mastery.
Yep.
It's the hardcover book.
Stop worrying about what people think of you.
Because I am a hardcover book guy. You know who wrote this book, Salky?
It's like Michael Gervais wrote that.
It's Michael Gervais.
Yeah.
You know what's fascinating about that? Yes, he has. So I'm out there at mandatory camp. He and Hauschka were out there the last couple days. I'd like to get him on the show again.
All right.
And I'd like to ask him a very simple question. Because he's worked with both Pete and Mike McDonald. He was around for the first Super Bowl when they won that thing. And he was around for the second Super Bowl when they won that thing. Stop worrying about what people think of you. Why? Of all the amazing attributes and all the way that Legion of Boom came together and that whole crew.
Did they do that?
Did they worry? Did Doug Baldwin scream at Deion Sanders about everything he said about these receivers?
Did Richard ever worry about what people said about him?
Chris Carter?
Yeah, it might have been Chris Carter.
It was Chris. There was also a Deion. Deion also got in the fray.
Did Richard worry about what Skip Bayless or Mike Salk had to say about him? Did Russell Wilson worry about what anybody had to say about him? Did Cam Chancellor block anybody who had anything to say about it? I don't know if that would perfectly describe that group.
No.
I don't know if that would be their number one key to mastery.
Well, we went through the whole little identity conversation about the Mariners and their players, Silo A or Silo B, and maybe somewhere in between.
I don't know if that would fit them.
Nope. Just about every one of them.
It's hard, man. I think it's a really hard thing to do not to worry about what people think of you. And I would say, if real talk, not just making fun of ourselves and all that, it's a lot easier to do when you've had some level of success. It's really hard to do before that. And, the show's been on the air for 17 years. We're not the greatest sports radio show of all time, but that's some decent longevity. And I wasn't joking earlier when I attribute a lot of it to you. It's a nice fallback for me to know that, my partner is a beloved Seattleite who everybody here just, loves for good reason. You built a lifetime on that, whether it was your play on the field or the way you've carried yourself off of it. And now your commentary in the meantime, you're beloved. And it's been great to be with you. And that's given me a nice little, almost just like a safety net to be able to be myself and allow myself to grow on some people, not all of them, out there. Jokes aside, like, it's a lot easier to deal with obnoxious comments on the internet and text messages when you've been number one in the ratings, when you've been on the air for 17 years, when you put up good digital numbers. Without those, of course you start to feel that. When you haven't had success and someone yells at you and says you stink for reasons A, B, and C, how do you not find yourself being like, yeah, maybe I do. Yeah, maybe I'm not good. Maybe that is a problem. Maybe I do need to change. When soccer fan, texts in to say, dude, why are you, you're wrong. You're terrible. How dare you? It's a lot easier to be like, whatever, and let it roll off your back when you've had success on the show for a long time. And if the show was struggling or we were new, I'd be like, oh, maybe I do need to be nice to soccer fans, which I'm obviously not going to do. But maybe I do need to, because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have a clear cut view of what this show is and who I am.
How much of a role do you think that played with the first group just kind of falling apart? And unfortunately, after the second Super Bowl.
Credit pie and all that.
All that stuff that just really cared, right, about what others thought, what their contracts meant, what their
question. I might need to marinate on that one a little bit. I don't know.
Because I think that as I just chat with folks around that building, a lot of them have been there a long time. I've known many of them for many, many years. And some of the thought was like, oh, I'm kind of excited to see this group come back after a Super Bowl win. And just kind of read the room, kind of compare and contrast to their brethren from a decade earlier. Those brethren that when they came back were fueled with even more chip on your shoulder and more rage and more, oh, you don't think we can do it? Oh, right? And that was a lot of the jet fuel.
This group feels much more like they truly don't care. We don't care. Or we didn't care. We do not care. All of that.
Did not care.
Right, I mean, that's the ultimate example of this, and I would agree. I think that is a very key difference. You asked a question in the break, and I think you're absolutely right to ask it about the difference between Bryson DeChambeau and Rory McIlroy this weekend. If you weren't paying attention, Bryson DeChambeau, who was a wild character in a million different ways, lost his mind over a 2-stroke penalty that he got. Not for cheating necessarily. No, it was not given to him for cheating. And I would say,
sure?
Yes, I am. I'm very sure. He was given a 2-stroke penalty for, quote, inadvertently improving his lie. Not for cheating, not for knowingly trying to break the rules.
You don't think he did?
I didn't say that. I didn't say
around?
that.
Okay.
I said he was given a 2-stroke penalty, not for cheating, but for inadvertently improving his lie. That's just a fact.
Because if they felt like it was cheating, he would have been disqualified.
I think it would have been different. Yeah.
Okay.
2-stroke penalty for inadvertent. They don't know the intent. And every player, I mean, other than Rory, who was really upset after, all the other players, Scotty, I read 5 or 6 of these, of Xander Schauffele, who are all like, hey, I don't know whether what he did was okay, but that guy's not a cheater. This isn't Patrick Reed. This is not a guy with a reputation for cheating. He's got other questions, and they all said that, say what you want about him, and he's an interesting character, but he's not a cheater.
Okay.
So, and the rule of it is, whether it was inadvertent or on purpose, 2-stroke penalty. That's just the game. And he was in a tough spot because it was hard to do all of that without moving around the fescue behind him. But the reality is, you put yourself in that tough spot. It's like getting a high sticking call in hockey. Yeah, maybe you didn't mean to draw blood, but you put your stick up there in that area. You didn't have control of your stick. And so that guy, now you got a 5-minute major. Sorry. That or 2-minute penalty, two-minute penalties. That's the gig. Sorry. And I think they got it right with Bryson. I do. The performative stuff is what came afterwards. And that's where you get Rory saying this.
Yeah, I won't pretend to be up here and defend Bryson. I'm not particularly fond of him. I think a lot of it's performative. I think a lot of it's for attention. And to hold the tournament hostage like that and have all of us, volunteers, players, everyone waiting on him to depart, I didn't feel like it was a great look.
And that was the part that rubbed, I think, a fair amount of people. Now he's going to disqualify. Now he's not even going to show up. Now he's going to, right? It wasn't even the act of all of that. It was I'm going to make everybody else wait. And I'm going to threaten withdrawing. And this is so unfair to me.
And everyone had to wait. Why? Because it would have messed up their start times?
I guess that's some of the
I don't know
rules
why it
over
would.
there.
Why wouldn't they have decided, well, that person plays by themselves or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, fine.
Yep. So does Rory not care about what other people think? Rory sure feels like, as he's gotten older, the old Al Michaels that we love to say about Al in the 70s and 80s now, really doesn't care. He'll say it about his own network. He'll say it about the sport. He'll say it.
I think he cares what people think, but in maybe some of the right ways. Like, I think it was important. Look, say what you want about Rory McIlroy. This is a guy who has taken every bullet to stay with the PGA Tour.
That's right.
And really been the most.
And that's an underlying current. And that's certainly an underlying current in a lot of
These
this.
other guys bailed on the tour and took a payout and go play fake golf for a living. And
That's
Rory's like, well, you're doing that. I get asked about it every freaking week. And I've taken every bullet and dealt with it every week. And I think been a mensch throughout the whole thing. I think he's been tremendous the way Rory has dealt with all of the fallout from the LIV split. I think he's really done a great job. And I think that if anything, Brock, that gives him a little bit more of a right to talk about some of this stuff. Some of the guys, he's been the face of the league, the tour, while all of this was happening, and he handled it all. So I think Rory's dead on this one. And I'm not a DeChambeau hater. I kind of find him interesting and intriguing and good for the game. But I'm with him. Like, I think that was performative, and you just get off TV and do this behind closed doors. Don't do this in public. It looks ridiculous.
And for some of you out there listening right now, you hear the word mensch, M-E-N-S-C-H. It is a Yiddish word literally meaning person, and figuratively, it is the highest compliment you can give someone. I like that word.
It's just being a good person. I think Rory has been. I think he's been a good person. I'm kind of a Rory fan, though, now. And it's not that I always was. I just appreciate some of the challenges he's had to deal with and how he's fought through all of that. So
it was compelling theater, whatever way and however
for sure
form you want to take it.
For sure.
The Open was pretty compelling.
All right. Let's see. Adam Jude's going to join us at 8:30. We are going to remember the first of 20 Seahawks games from last year at 9:30. Stick around. We got a lot to do. It's Brock and Salk Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, home of Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
What are the priorities in the second half? Number one for me, you got to clean it up. Start playing cleaner baseball.
Include Naylor in that. I'm going to have a lot more emphasis on him because he was a major straw that stirred the drink in their run in August and September last year.
That's fine. You can focus on Naylor all you want. I'll still be focused on, Cal, the guy who hit 60 home runs and had the greatest season ever for a catcher last year.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Inflation's up, insurance rates are up, so here's my question for you. Why are so many people still paying more than they have to?
Exactly. I took the First Mark Challenge, and it saved me thousands. Brock did it too.
Sure did. They compared my insurance with dozens of top-rated companies, found me better coverage, and I saved thousands. And the best part? It didn't cost me a penny.
That's what I love. First Mark works for you, not just one insurance company. They shop the big carriers to see if they can find you a better value.
And if they can, great. If they can't, you're out exactly nothing. No cost, no obligation. So honestly, why wouldn't you find out?
Plus, First Mark has world-class customer service. When you need help, you pick up the phone, you're talking to local, real people who actually know you, know your policy, not an 800 number halfway across the country.
More than 11,000 clients have already taken the First Mark Challenge.
You could be the next.
Before you renew, let First Mark review.
Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Take the First Mark Challenge today. You could be saving money with better coverage starting tomorrow.
firstmarkinsurance.com.
In October baseball, every pitch matters and every decision is magnified. In the postseason, teams don't rely on hope. They rely on preparation and experience. Divorce works much the same way. But the consequences of a bad call don't last a game, they last a lifetime. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, we provide the preparation and experience to protect your finances, your children, and your future. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net. Slow drain? Backed up toilet? Call Day and Night to save $100 off any drain cleaning.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. From a slow drain to a major backup, no drain is too big or too small. Whether we're your first choice or smart second opinion, I guarantee our experts will solve any drain problem, day or night.
Now get $100 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom fit dry suit. Big savings on advanced scuba classes. Underwater Sports' 50th Annual Divers Fair starts this Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-568-2790, 800-568-2790, or biglou.com.
Mariners and Reds tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Mariners win a big series, and the key really was Saturday. Friday was a lost cause. Nice to win the game yesterday, but really they needed to win on Saturday. Cole Young maybe changed the season with that 3-run home run to tie it. You get to the 10th, it's tied. It looked like Arise was going to put the Giants ahead.
Barrera's 3-1. Swung on, ripped left side, diving, stop Cole Emerson. Scrambles to his feet, fires to first. He got him. Paint that one gold. Cole Emerson, a wonderful play.
It really was. Kept the runner at second and got the out. Huge play to allow them to escape without giving up a run in the 10th. Then Julio walked it off.
Smith set. He deals. Swung on, crack, left field. It's hammered. It's caught by McCray. Robles is going to run home and score, and the Mariners win it. Julio, a sacrifice fly. The celebration is on.
That was pretty cool, man. I was really happy for Julio in that moment.
Sacrifice bunt. right? Our old friend Lyle, he had to like that sack bunt too, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, come on.
No, I don't like that.
Stop it.
No.
With Colt Emerson and the struggles that he's having at the plate, you absolutely want him to lay it down. He did it beautifully. He got the runner to third.
I liked
and
it.
Then
Let me be clear. I liked it. I don't think Lyle necessarily liked it, but good on the Mariners. They needed that win. They get it, and then, go on to win the series. Yesterday, they get back to 500. They got the Reds in town for 3. Brendan Donovan played a couple times this weekend for the Rainiers. Not well, went 0 for 7, but he's getting his timing back. Rob Refsnyder 0 for 3 in a rehab start as well. And kudos, Felnine Celestin promoted to Double A yesterday.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, football season underway as the rookies reported on Friday. Devin Eastern, 7th-round nose tackle, placed on the preseason PUP. Rest of the team will report for duty this week on practice for the first time on Friday. Here's Dante Whitner. Remember Dante Whitner? I didn't realize I haven't really heard much of him in the media. I think he sounded pretty good. Yeah, really. When do you think he played last?
Ooh. He played, I think did he play in my era too?
I thought he was still playing like 2 years ago.
No,
it's been 10 years.
No. Yeah.
Seattle was being overlooked because they don't win the offseason. They quietly build teams that win when the game starts.
That's right.
And when you think about what they've done, the 49ers and the Rams, they generated the headlines this year.
Sure.
They dominated the headlines. But Seattle has the formula. They have the defense. They have the quarterback game. They have the standard. So the loudest car in the parking lot is not always the fastest. And you heard Mike McDonald say it. He said, we don't talk about what we do. We don't worry about anybody else. We worry about ourselves.
Dude, he's great. That was a really great 33-second cut from Dante Whitner I've never heard before.
I'm trying to think. Maybe I'll have Sando and Hawkblogger and those data czars out there dig into this. Brady, if he's got this database. How much money did the Seahawks spend outside of their own? Fowler got a $2 or $3 million deal, right? Anybody else? Obviously the draft class. Igbenogany was like a minimum deal. Like
there were a couple minimum deals.
How much guaranteed?
A little bit for Emmanuel Wilson.
I don't even know if that was guaranteed.
I don't know.
I'm gonna ascertain that data, and then I'm gonna guess. My gut is it's gonna be the fewest dollars spent ever for a Super Bowl winning team in free agency the following year.
Could be. Could very well be. Could you also do me a favor? Could you try to track down Dante Whitner?
Sure.
I thought he was great.
Where was that? Was that on a pod?
That was on Good Morning Football.
That was on Good Morning Football.
Yeah.
Okay. Probably. I got some people there.
All right. I just thought he was pretty good. Okay. Now I'm kind of intrigued. Now I maybe want to talk to Dante Whitner. Is Good Morning
Football going away, by the way?
Why?
Did I see that?
I don't know.
As far as a everyday...
Having never actually watched Good Morning Football because it's on while we're on the air, I don't know that much about it other than, who's on it and when they have
Yes, it is going away.
Oh, that sucks for Kyle Brandt.
I saw him on Get Up this morning, though. I think they're going to move him around.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Spain wins the World Cup, Brock.
Chance to cross, hooks it in. Williams battling, knocks it down. It's free. It's a goal. It's Ferran Torres.
It sounded, at least from where I was, that most people were rooting for Spain.
Yeah, Argentina's style is problematic, I think, for some.
Okay.
And then I think the way they conduct business and handle their business was pretty disgusting and losing yesterday.
That was pretty weak. I've never seen that. Is that happen often in soccer with the little pushing and shoving at the end? That was kind of weak.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens in other sports, so I guess
I'm trying. I want to make sure I got my numbers. I want to make sure I got my numbers right here.
Was it the 11 shots to 0 in the game?
So 12-0.
Morris said it was 11.
I'm looking at it's whatever, 11-12. They scored 1, so maybe 11 other shots and then the one scored goal. 0 shots on goal. They had the ball for 35% of the game.
Yeah.
So you get to the World Cup to that stage, and that's what the British Englishman I was listening to on late night sports radio talking about. You get to this stage, And you can play this game through the rules and not have a single shot on goal for 140 minutes.
I'm surprised they ever get a shot.
That's why everyone was so disappointed in England's performance, because they kind of shut down Argentina the whole game, and then they went into essentially prevent defense and let
Which
them
they probably didn't need to if the other
So what is Spain's defense? Spain allowed 1 goal in 6 games.
They're like the dark side.
Cheapers.
Right, there you go. That's everything you need to know. Congrats to Ryan Fox for winning the Open Championship and the Claret Jug. One other note. Remember I told you a story years ago. I told you I've only been punched in the face once, right? By I won't say the name again, but one guy went to college with this guy.
To my great surprise.
Yeah, I know. To Morris Christian, what? Only once? Which is true. Only once. And he may have, had a couple of toots of things that he probably shouldn't have before he punched me. And anyway, this same guy once cheated in a race I had against him. Well, not against him. It was at the beginning of football tryouts my freshman year, and I beat him in the 100. I know it. I watched it happen. I know I was ahead of him. Yeah. And at the end, they gave us all our numbers, and I heard him lie back to the coach to write down his number, and he gave a number that was better than him. I was furious because I knew that I had beaten him, but I couldn't say anything because what are you going to do?
Right.
Well, this guy, years later, went to Europe for study abroad. He was asked to study abroad somewhere in Europe. I forget where. And he got there, and he didn't have a passport. Okay? Literally didn't bring his passport. So he's, detained, essentially, in wherever he was. Mm-hmm. And his first thought is, I'm going to call the professor at school who's really good to the athletes and kind of would take care of them. He's a philosophy professor. And he would, just kind of take care of all the athletes and do whatever he could to help them get through school. So this stupid idiot doesn't bring a passport.
Is this Pomona or BB&N?
Nah, it's Pomona. Oh, kind of. Anyway, this guy goes to Europe. He doesn't have a passport. And when detained, he calls the professor, Professor Sontag, and is like, hey, can you help? And the professor's like, no, I'm a professor of philosophy. I don't work at customs and immigration. What are you doing, you idiot? I just couldn't help but think of that story when I heard about what Bryson DeChambeau wanted to do this week, who he thought might help him with the RNA deal with his 2-stroke penalty.
Oh, boy.
Just call the right person, man. Don't call Professor Sontag when you've got to get yourself out of trouble with customs and immigration.
Jeff Passan, every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
What can be the elixir to begin the second half for Cal Raleigh?
Just getting back to the basics. In his case, let's get the ball and play a little bit more. And a lot of this is swinging at pitches that he shouldn't be swinging at. Cal Raleigh will fix himself. I absolutely, firmly believe that.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, look, training camp starts this week. Players undergoing those final preparations, getting ready for the start of camp. You know what that means. Weigh-ins, conditioning tests, getting the diet right. Well, let them inspire you to get into the best shape of your life and enjoy those weigh-ins for a change. You can do it with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They can help you lose 30 to 40 pounds by the start of the season. Yeah, no pills. It's all natural, no injections, no side effects, none of it. It just takes a plan with great healthy meals, coaching, and accountability, and the support you need. It's worked for me. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and that could be you before the end of the summer. So make that excuse to get it done. Start with a 15-minute phone call. That's free, and you can schedule yours at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Do it while you're in the car or something like that. It just makes sense for you and for your body and for your future, because the only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community. Not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
Stay cool this summer and save big. Lake Washington Windows and Doors delivers the quality, comfort, and energy-saving performance you deserve. During July, buy 3 windows or doors and get 1 free. Plus, make no payments for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
The Boeing Classic welcomes the world's greatest golf legends to the Pacific Northwest, August 14th through the 16th at the Club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Watch Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers compete for a $2.3 million purse at the only PGA Tour champion stop in the region. Bring the whole family and make sure to check out the Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com to get yours today.
Toyota of Kirkland is going all in on the Corolla Cross. This July, lease a 2026 Corolla Cross L for $319 a month for 36 months with just $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible dealership is worth seeing in person. And with this offer on the Corolla Cross, their fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and you can drive it home the same day. Visit them in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Ask your Bryant dealer to maintain your current system or install an energy-efficient Evolution system. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. Whatever it takes.
Hey, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. You know our customers have a lot of fun with trying to figure out new and creative ways to use closeout bifold blanks to fill their needs. They can also be used as small double door units, access doors that are pre-hung, and even bypass doors. And with thousands of closeout bifold blanks in stock in Marysville and at our bargain barn, you can put your creative DIY mind to work. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline or on Cedar Avenue in Marysville. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
The countdown is on.
Just 5 days.
Until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
How important was that series win for the Mariners? Really important. How big was Saturday's win? Well, again, I got it circled in like dotted line in pencil as like that Cole Young home run may be one of those moments that we're talking about at the end of the year. I don't know yet. I mean, we'll wait and see how it all goes. But I got it circled in pencil, just a dotted line right now. Adam Jude covers the team, of course, been doing a great job for the Seattle Times. Kind enough to join us now. Good morning, Adam. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
How important was that series win, and maybe specifically that Cole Young home run?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Just who would have thought we'd be talking about, 100 games in, Cole Young is maybe this team's MVP. I go back to spring training, and there was certainly some buzz about Cole as a potential breakout candidate. They really wanted him, obviously, to win that job at second base. But, still a 22-year-old kid. He really struggled in the second half last year. I think he admitted it, too, that, he kind of wore down physically. He was just missing the fastballs that he'd always hit in the minor leagues. But, I go back to even at the end of Game 7 last year. I wrote about this. Julio had his moment, in the shower screaming, and obviously a lot of emotion, a lot of frustration in that clubhouse after Game 7 in Toronto. And I know I'm getting a little off track here, Salk, but Julio went up to Cole Young and kind of put his finger in his chest, not upset, but just like, hey, man, you need to get after it. This is a big offseason for you. You need to come back bigger and stronger. We're counting on you, sort of thing. And I thought that was a big moment from Julio, and obviously something I think Cole Young basically knew that deep down, but to hear it from a guy like Julio, I think really lit a fire for Cole Young, and here we are again, 100 games in, and he's one of the few guys in all of baseball who hasn't missed a single game this year, and they moved him up to 3 yesterday for a reason, and he responded, 2 days in a row. And yeah, I think we might look back at that as one of, if not the biggest swing for this team, depending on what they do going forward. But they had to get that series, and for as bad as they looked Friday, and for as bad as they looked for 6 innings or whatever Saturday, you couldn't help but sort of creep in the thought of like, man, the trade deadline is 2 weeks away. Are we sure this Mariners team should be going all in as buyers? So it's amazing how much, 24 hours can change things. But absolutely, that Cole Young swing and that Cole Young season has really saved this team in a lot of ways.
Adam, we have our text line. We have callers. We have our social channels individually, collectively here at the station. And I would say, just from, and it's dangerous, right? It could be echo chamber at times, so you got to be a little bit careful. But I would say in the 5th or 6th inning, that maybe the approval rating of the skipper might have been the lowest it's been in a couple years since he's taken the reins. How do you feel in the chambers that you monitor, in the responses that you get, in the folks that you talk to? Would you surmise the same, that maybe in the 6th inning on Saturday, with some of the Boo Birds out, that it was maybe the most challenging mark in Dan's tenure yet?
Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty fair assessment, taking the playoffs away last year. But, everyone has to own up to it, just where they are at this point. But I think maybe the one thing I heard from, Logan Gilbert after the game yesterday, and maybe the one thing Dan has especially done well is just sort of keep the temperature in that clubhouse at a really good level, despite, a lot of the frustrations this year. We haven't seen any of the outbursts, or at least when we're in there, or at least from body language that I've seen. No one, again, it's cliche, but the rails haven't come off. No one's panicking. They've always seemed, at least, to have the consistent message and the consistent temperament. And I think that does come from Dan. And then the one thing we heard from Logan yesterday was just like, hey, it doesn't matter what we've done now, the first 100 games and how we got here. It's the opportunity in front of us. And I think that's the only way you can approach it. But for them to sort of realize that and have that perspective, I think is really important. Because, again, everything is out there in front of them. And some of that is because how bad the rest of the American League West has been, and the American League at large. But if you're the Mariners, obviously they know they're better than the record is. They know they're better. They hit better than they have so far to this point. But all you can do is take advantage of the situation in front of you. And I do think that's a credit to Dan to sort of keep everyone calm and keep everyone afloat, despite, obviously in social media and the fan base trying to turn things on, light things on fire here for a while. But we'll see. Again, I think this is a really important series, obviously, against the bad Reds team as well. And then they've got maybe their most important road trip of the season coming up against Texas and the Dodgers. So we could talk a week from now, 10 days from now, and have a much better sense of if that messaging has really resonated. But that's the one thing I think Dan has done well, is sort of keep that clubhouse pretty calm and moving in the right direction.
Did you see his answer? I think it was Saturday before the game on the identity of what he wanted the identity to look like in the second half.
Yeah, pretty vague, which is not surprising coming from Dan. But again, it's all about the resilience and the fight. That's the one thing we continually hear from Dan, that he beats that into the team as well. Just no matter what, we gotta pull together. We gotta fight. We gotta get after it. And it's really simple, but that's kind of part of his messaging. That's Edgar Martinez with the hitting too. You're trying to keep things as simple as possible. But Again, it really worked for him last year, and we'll see if they can continue to keep rowing in the same direction. But that's just Dan loves to keep it simple, and he certainly does. His messaging with us and the fans.
What would you think is the identity? How would you describe the identity of this team?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to start with the pitching, but it's a good question because it has been pretty perplexing up to this point, right? That's kind of why they are where they are. They just haven't been able to find that rhythm and that consistency and that identity that has really worked for them in the past. And so much of that has been clean baseball, right? They win those 3-2 games, those 4-3 games. It's been such a big part of who they are. And I think the defense and the lack of quality defense has been a big part of that in the first half of the season. Just the little things sometimes make a difference. 90 feet. We hear Dan talk about that a lot too. And, JP's fall off at shortstop a little bit. Some of the growing pains from Cole Emerson, I think has a chance to be an above average, if not really good defensive shortstop in his career. Obviously a huge play on Saturday, but that little stuff shows up, and then, you put even more pressure on the starting pitcher, and then, those one-run games, we just haven't seen that. So I don't know if I have a good answer for that, Salk, because I don't know if they've established a real identity. I don't know if they know who they are just yet, but that's kind of part of the idea from Dan is like, it's still out there in front of us. It's still, kind of a blank canvas for them to kind of paint their ending and their future and their picture how they want it here. And again, they have to go out and get it, though. They can't. The rest of their division, well, they might, but Houston's still there. I still keep looking at Houston. They're going to come up and grab it at some point if the Mariners and the Rangers let them. So the Mariners have to go out there and take it. Is the point. No one's going to hand it to them.
By the way, happy birthday to Colt Emerson.
And right, Macy how about that?
Colt Emerson and Macy Heward, one in Ohio, one in Washington, born on the exact same day, July 20th, 21 years ago. So happy birthday, Macy. So you said earlier that the temperature in the clubhouse has remained pretty steady Eddie. I would contrast that at times, Adam, with the temperature in the dugout, the temperature of Luis on the mound, looking out to our guy Randy in left field, that at times the temperature's been a little warmer outside of the clubhouse. Do you feel like you've got enough data now doing this gig over the last few years to get a pretty good read on that clubhouse from your vision?
Yeah, I would hope so, at least a little bit. Again, when there's an hour, sort of little inside baseball here, there's an hour every afternoon pregame that's mandated for every MLB team that the media is allowed access into the clubhouse. So obviously everyone in there knows we're in there for this certain window, whether it's 2 to 3 o'clock or 2:30 to 3:30 or whatever. So I think for the most part, everyone's on their best behavior, but it's not like they're putting on a show. They're just going about their afternoon, getting prepped and in and out of the training room and all that. But, post game, obviously you get a better sense too. Obviously it's going to be quiet in just about any clubhouse after a loss, and you got the music blaring after a win, and guys are excited and eating their post game meals and all that. But yeah, I think I have a pretty good sense. And, I was curious. The biggest thing for me when Cal Raleigh went down, was gone basically for 2-3 weeks down in Arizona rehabbing, was, he's in so many ways the heartbeat of that clubhouse. And I was really curious to see how everyone would respond. And, I think JP kind of picked up the slack a little bit there and some of the pitchers too. But, regardless of what, kind of Cal's going through offensively, what he does defensively for those guys and just sort of the way he kind of is able to relay the messaging from Dan and sort of keep the clubhouse, again, to the temperature pretty steady, I think is such a big part of who he is and what he does. And if Cal can just get going a little bit, right, the trade deadline is 2 weeks away. I just keep looking at it like what kind of impact bats are going to be available and which ones are the Mariners really going to overpay to get. I just have struggled to find one.
So was this weekend
middle of the order guys? Yeah.
Was this weekend a step forward? I mean, Friday night he misses a home run. He hits a ball 9,000 feet in the air and just pulls it. Yesterday he rips a double that's 2 feet outside the line. He hits a ball Saturday night on the screws that if the wind is, or maybe it was yesterday, if the wind isn't circling on a normal day, it cost him 20 feet. That ball is out. Was there some loud enough contact, albeit foul or winds, that shut it down? Was there loud enough contact for you this weekend that was like, oh, that's kind of what I want to see coming off of the week off?
Sure.
Baby steps.
Yeah, baby steps. Yeah, I think that's what we're all looking for. with Cal, obviously you want that, 3-homer sort of series to really launch him forward, but I just don't know if that's there right now. To me, his timing is still off a little bit on the fastballs, and I think he's trying to simplify it and get there, but it's just been such a struggle even going back to the very beginning of the year. But we're well past all that, past the point of excuses. He's grinding, and he just needs to go out and stop overthinking it and just be on time for the fastball. And again, baby steps, but I think eventually he'll get there. It's just going to take a little bit longer.
You take any blame for wearing his gear you take any blame for wearing his gear?
I wore brand new. They gave me brand new gear for all that. I didn't jinx anyone. Yeah, I didn't jinx anyone.
Thank God.
Appreciate that, though.
Yeah, appreciate a little bit of blame, Brock. It's really great. Adam Jude with us here on Seattle Sports. You sat down with Jerry DiPoto. Great Q&A. There were a couple things that jumped out, but just from your perspective, what did you get out of that conversation?
Well, a lot of it I was curious, just obviously trade deadline and what their mindset is too. But they recognize too, like, look, this is something that we've talked about for years now, and something that they're going to have to solve is their off-season strategy and approach to signing free agent hitters. And again, Rob Refsnyder has become a bit of a punching bag for a lot of fair reasons. But when he was the guy who was supposed to be a platoon player, he's your 20th guy on the roster. I don't know if the share of criticism he's received this season from the fan base is entirely fair, but obviously he hasn't done what he was brought in to do, not even close. But to me, I'm curious, heading into the winter, this is a discussion deeper for later. But again, their approach to signing some of these veterans coming from hitter-friendly parks like Fenway into the most daunting park in baseball, like, it's just every year we're getting the same sort of result from these guys too. So, Jerry hinted at some of that a little bit too. Obviously, he's accountable for putting this roster together. And at the same time, I think he recognizes, wasn't using the injuries as an excuse, but that's obviously been a huge part of it. And I do think in some ways we've glossed over that. It just feels like they finally at one day get the lineup mostly back to return in health, and then Julio goes down with a weird concussion, and then Randy has the hamstring thing, and now Ken Zone has a hamstring thing that cost him a couple weeks from full health. It just seems like one thing after another too. But the trade deadline stuff is really interesting for me because we know Jerry wants to trade. That's part of his identity, right? And he's been pretty effective at it, Jerry and Justin, at the trade deadline. So I just don't know what that looks like because there aren't very many sellers right now, and there aren't very many teams that line up with the Mariners and their specific needs of a right-handed bat and a reliever that can help them later in the game. So I'm really curious to see if it does end up being like a contender to contender type deal where the Mariners end up trading from their surplus either on the left-handed bat side or obviously the starting pitching. I think obviously the Mariners would prefer to trade Luis Castillo right now, a big salary, the veteran guy. They want to keep those young guys together. They want to open a spot at some point soon for Cade Anderson and potentially Ryan Sloan as well. So it is a really important and really interesting trade deadline, maybe as much as any in recent memory for the Mariners, just because of all these moving parts and their needs.
Just to follow up, there was one line in there that I think probably gets the most attention, and because it's a Q&A, I'm a little curious to hear maybe some of the tone behind it, and that is, the quote, "The best players we can acquire are the players we have." And I think I know what Jerry's saying because we've all said it, like you need Cal Raleigh to be Cal Raleigh, and you need Julio to have a great, and Josh, like we all know all that, but I think that brings up a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? A lot of just scar tissue for fans that have heard those kinds of things before, not just from Jerry, but just from GMs in general. Well, no, we don't need to acquire anybody. We already have everything, so our acquisition is already going to be here. What was the tone behind that statement?
Pretty matter of fact, I would say. And I think you said it. Like, it's hard to be a serious playoff contender when your 2, 3, 4 hitters are producing as inconsistently, let's say, as the Mariners guys have. And, when was Josh Naylor's last home run? When was Cal's last home run? Julio, as hot as he was in May, was pretty much the exact opposite in June. And I think we're all expecting sort of the second half Julio, but again, the glass half full perspective is like, well, what happens if all three of those guys get hot at the same time, and then you bring Brendan Donovan back in that leadoff spot at some point, and it looks exactly like they had wanted it to look coming out of spring training. So look, the Mariners aren't going to do much damage. They're probably not going to win the West if Cal and Naylor specifically continue to scuffle like they have. It's been obviously a tough 100 games for those guys. We've seen spurts from Naylor a little bit more consistently, but it's been a lot of singles. It's been a lot of first pitch ground outs to second base. I think the Mariners and Jerry are obviously hoping for the version of Josh Naylor they got after the trade deadline last year, and maybe that's in there. Maybe he's got a big sprint in him, but those guys have to produce. Again, I just don't see that big impact bat out there in the trade market that the Mariners are gonna be able to go out and get. I don't know where they would even fit that guy. You can go through different machinations, but who is that guy, and then where do the Mariners put him in the lineup at a specific spot? So I tend to agree with Jerry. They need Cal, they need Josh, and they need Julio. Those are their three best players, supposed to be three of their best players, and they need to get them to go out there and hit like it.
Adam, the Reds come in today for 3, an off day, and then it's 10 in a row. So 13 games in 14 days before that trade deadline. So there's some massive data that they're going to gain. The Rangers, the Dodgers, you point to them, the Twins as well. So, the numbers and the data can change between now and 2 weeks from the trade deadline. But today, as we sit here, your gut feeling on how many new Mariners will be in that dugout Tuesday, August 4th?
I mean, probably 2, but I just don't know how. There's going to be an all-star in there. It's going to be one of the more interesting deadlines, I feel like, in recent history or just around baseball, because there are just so many contenders right now. Everyone needs a proven reliever, right? Everyone could probably use another bat. So the price is going to skyrocket. And, will the Mariners be able to trade Luis Castillo? I think for me, that's the biggest question for the Mariners. And then can they, get something back that can help them right now too? So, I think the Mets coming out and saying that they're open for business does change the calculus a little bit from the Mariners. Can they get the Mets to bite on Luis Castillo's contract if you add in maybe a mid-tier prospect or something and get a Luke Weaver back in return? What does that look like? I think that'd be about as big a move as the Mariners could make. I think more realistically, you get sort of a seventh inning type setup guy and kind of push everyone forward. You're not relying on Bizzardo and Ferrer necessarily every single night, but they're going to do something in the bullpen. I have no doubt about that. I just don't know how splashy it'll be. And then, we'll see the Reds tonight. Spencer Steer, an Oregon guy, by the way, so we know he's from good stock. And he's a guy that his name has come up. His name has come up a lot.
What about the guy that just left? What about the Eastlake Wolf that just left? The Mr. Schmidt. I know he was a San Diego State guy, but what do we think of Schmitty?
Yeah, no, he's a guy who can move around too. He can help you at third base. As a right-handed bat, he's had a really nice year for them. Yeah, I think the Giants would probably ask a lot for him because they still think he's got at least a few years of club control. But yeah, the Mariners have to be open to anything with the sellers just because there aren't very many of them. But yeah, that's a guy I could see the Mariners taking a long look at. Spencer Steer. I don't see a Taylor Ward being the right fit. First of all, the Mariners and Orioles haven't made a deal in a long, long time, and there's reasons for that. They just don't line up philosophically on player acquisition talent. But and Taylor Ward's an everyday player too. I just don't know, are the Mariners really going to get rid of all their right fielders and put Taylor Ward out in right field full time? I mean, that's a worthy discussion, but I have a hard time picturing it. So again, there's just limited players available, it feels like, out there. But yeah, to answer your question, I still think 2 in some capacity. And then at some point, I think we'll see Michael Arroyo as maybe that piece to answer, against left-handed pitching. He's been really good every step of the way, and all that kid does is hit. And at some point, you need to bring him up and see if he can hit left-handed major league pitching, and why not now? What do you have to lose at this point?
He is tearing it up in AAA, huh?
Yeah.
What an unbelievable start.
Just remember, the strength of the pack is the wolf. The strength of the wolf is the pack.
Okay.
There's nothing with ducks like that. And what are you going to say? The strength of the duck is the what?
I thought it was what's going on underneath. There's a lot more going on than you know. Isn't there something about that with the feet paddling fast or something?
I don't know.
So many colors. Yeah. I mean, it's
What's a group of duck? What's a group of ducks even called? What do they call a group of ducks?
What is a group of ducks?
I mean, isn't it a flock? I mean, they're birds. Wouldn't it be a flock? What else would a group of ducks be called? Adam, you don't have to take this crap from him. I can't believe that you even deal with this. It's ridiculous.
On the water, it's a flock. On land, it's a waddling.
A waddling? Waddling of ducks.
The strength of the duck is the
We're
waddling.
learning something today.
The strength of the waddling is the duck.
See, we don't mess around on this show.
It says in the air, they're called a team.
We try a team?
Oh,
Brock, now you're in trouble. Brock loves team. Brock loves team. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate you.
Jude.
There you go, the great Adam Jude doing an awesome job
So
for the Seattle
they have
Times.
3 different characterizations, Maura?
Well, it depends where they are, Brock.
In the water.
Yeah, that's AI for you now. You get
Okay, all right.
lots of information.
Say that again. What do we got? In the air, they're a team. This is a group of ducks.
On land, it was a waddling.
Ugh, that's terrible. Okay.
And in the water, a flock.
A flock. Okay. All right.
I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, they're an animal that can go in 3 different places like that.
True.
There aren't that many animals that would qualify. Pretty cool for the ducks. All right. Good stuff, Brock. At 9:30, are you ready to talk some... Are you ready to go back in the Wayback Machine?
Remember the Seahawks.
Are you ready to remember the Seahawks? Because I've forgotten some of them. So I think we're going to need this for everybody's benefit, mostly mine. That's coming up in a half hour on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
There hasn't been a new owner for this team since 1997.
I'm looking up, I'm reading about them because I didn't know anything about the family, honestly. It was interesting. A tech family, very smart. But the second thing I thought about was, can you just be an owner? Just be an owner. Don't mess with anything that's going on because Mike and John have created something special over there.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
The Boeing Classic welcomes the world's greatest golf legends to the Pacific Northwest, August 14th through the 16th at the Club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Watch Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers compete for a $2.3 million purse at the only PGA Tour champion stop in the region. Bring the whole family and make sure to check out the Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com to get yours today.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Incredible savings for 3 days only. Divers Fair only happens once each year at Underwater Sports, 107th and Aurora Avenue North.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
We're kicking off a football frenzy that can net you up to $10,000 in cash. Don't stand on the sidelines. Get on the pitch and join the fun. Hourly hot seat drawings run every Saturday night from 7 p.m. till midnight in June and July. Take your shot at $10,000 every week. The field's wide open. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Be all in on summer with service from Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Heading out on a road trip? Make sure your Toyota is ready to go during the Toyota Tires Savings Event. Save $100 on 4 eligible tires. And with an open service drive and no appointment necessary, getting expert Toyota service has never been easier. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. And make sure to check out their service specials page. Offers valid through July 31st, 2026. See dealer for details.
O'Brien.
Klein Jewelers is all about celebrating big anniversaries. What's a big anniversary? Year 1, year 5, year 25. If you forgot about it, you'll find out just how big it is. No matter the year, Klein Jewelers is here to help you celebrate with something beautiful. Maybe it's a 3-stone ring that honors your past, present, and future. Maybe it's a new band to stack or the diamond upgrade you've been dreaming about. And while we love anniversaries, we're here for all life's special moments too. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. Your jeweler for life.
Les Schwab Tires has always believed that taking care of people is the right thing to do. Today, that means more than trusted service. It means delivering real value, too. That's why we're lowering prices on hundreds of tires without changing the service and expertise you've always counted on. Consumer Reports named Les Schwab the best tire retailer for 2026. We'll keep working every day to earn your trust. See leschwab.com for details.
So you need to have a system where if a customer wants to transact online, shop their vehicle, find their vehicle, fill everything out, and do as much paperwork even online, and buy the car online, and then come in at an appointment time so they can be in and out in an efficient time, hey, my target goal is an hour. If you want to take half those steps, just know that, yeah, you're going to have another hour of transaction and paperwork, and then you're going to have roughly an hour of delivery. Some people even want more than that because it's a lot of technology. So it's making it available so a customer that wants to go 25, 50, or 100% meet them there where they want to be. If you want to take all these steps, I can meet you there.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Longer days, warmer weather, and a stronger you all start at Top Fitness. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and right now, check out the Top Fitness Big Sale in all 3 of their stores. Every category is on sale. Home gyms, weight plates, dumbbells, treadmills, and stair climbers like I've got. Great deals on display models, too. Have a home gym that needs some help? Get your rubber flooring and all the accessories you need. Get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Hewitt and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Hewitt, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Hewitt and Mike Salk.
You want to trade Luis Castillo and his salary for Luke Weaver?
That doesn't feel equal. The old Justin Hollander line to us on that equal sign. That doesn't feel real. I know Luke Weaver had a phenomenal. Luke Weaver was here.
He was.
And then he left, and he had a couple phenomenal runs elsewhere.
Yep,
But
the Yankees.
Oh.
Yeah, he had 3 pretty good years with the Yankees. Really 2. The last 2 years with the Yankees, he's been pretty good. And then this year, he's actually been, I would say, borderline excellent. I mean, he's got a whip of .825, right? I mean, like he really pitched very well.
Matt Brash, as you hear these injury updates, right? And everything gets pushed back, and it's the trade deadline. Now it's mid-August, maybe late August. Right, and maybe Vargas comes back. Probably not. Like, you absolutely have to. That's not a want to. It is a have to add a leverage arm in that bullpen.
But okay, which would you rather do then? Would you rather move Luis Castillo to the bullpen or trade him? I guess the answer to that is if the Mets are picking up the money. You probably trade him at that point because you can not only get what, somebody who already knows how to do it and has had some level of proof of concept in that spot, but also you can save money. Weaver makes like $11 million a year. Castillo's going to be like 27. So if you're saving $15-16 million and
does that get Logan Gilbert done?
Maybe. I mean, or does it help you go acquire somebody else? I don't know. I don't know whether that money is particularly important to them right now or not. It's only worth it to me if you're going and doing something with that money. and doing it sooner rather than later before
Certainly,
you end up with an entirely new situation once the new CBA comes down.
Speaking of proof of concept and speaking of evidence, what evidence have we seen? What evidence have we heard? What evidence do we know that Luis wants to do that?
None.
That Luis wants to. There's been everything on the other side of that. I think.
And yet, I still think he'd be pretty good at it.
He's a starter.
I know that
my whole life.
But I think that's where coaching comes in. You got to convince him that he'd be good at it because he would.
But he doesn't want to, and there's nothing that incentivizes him to do that necessarily on his contract either.
True.
And you're asking an older. This is not you're not molding clay of a young guy, Salk, that you control for a bunch of years. I mean, this is a proven commodity with a couple hundred starts under his belt.
Understood. And yet, that's part of the gig. Maybe you just can't do it. You got to move on.
Yeah. So if that plays a role, like if you just know, like the stubbornness, the hard-headedness, he is the Rock and all of those things after all. And it's like, yeah, I'm not doing that. And, trade me. I don't want to do that. I want to be a starter. I want to finish the final few years of my career that I started, that I've endured, that I've done for decades. I want to finish it the way I began it. I don't see myself there. Go. And if you need to trade me to go bring in a proof of concept guy, great. Go about doing that. And you could save some money, and that could be Logan Gilbert. Then I think on the surface you hear that and you're like, no, that doesn't equate. But the more you dig into it with some of those other factors, you could talk yourself into it, I believe.
What did you make of Taylor Ward's not a great fit because he'd have to play every day?
Would he? In a playoff run? I kind of heard the other part of that they've not done many deals with Baltimore.
That too.
Yeah, I think that's true. And then is that, Arroyo and Ref Snyder and some of the other, you got to kind of make some decisions on some of those guys and impact. He's a great on base guy. He's got very little slug or certainly home run capabilities.
Last year, he actually had a fair amount of it. So
did he?
Yeah, more. He had a lot more power last year. This year, he's got a better on base. Last year, he was a little bit more power.
Okay.
But, I mean, point taken. He's not, a total difference-making kind of player.
And honestly, the kid that I mentioned there, out of East Lake, second-round pick to the Giants, and
now you're going to have to pay, though, because that's like 3 years of club control.
Yeah, you get some control. And
totally different scene.
Kind of threw it all over the yard this weekend, but he's kind of young Brendan Donovan with more pop.
The thing is, you're about to get back Brendan Donovan.
On the left-handed hitting Brendan Donovan, but yes.
Yeah,
yes.
But I mean, like, you're about to get him back. Do you want to start trading for people? I think that's where I'm most intrigued by the Mariners at the deadline is the idea of where do they have room? Where do they have room to how are you going to put impact players into the lineup?
I'd be actually most intrigued because they know this is back to the start of the show when we're talking about identity and the makeup of these guys. And do they fit? Just their talents as you get to know them and you discover them. And then most importantly, Salk, is you project them at the big league level. Right now, they're nice, shiny, bright objects. Montez has been playing, by the way, unbelievable right field, more than he has been necessarily hitting consistently. Arroyo's been phenomenal. Celestine, you just elevate. Farmelo is an athlete out there. You've got some arms. You've got some other arms, not named Kate Anderson and Sloan, that are doing some really nice things. But I'd be like kind of most curious of here's how everybody else sees them. But we know that there's some stuff here that is just not going to fit at the big league level for us. So while on paper it may be really costly to get somebody that's got a little more proven, like a Schmidt, got a little more proven stuff at the big league level to project and control for the next few years versus a bunch of these prospects that if you just keep incubating them, you just kind of keep, I don't want to say hoarding them.
No, but I think it's more that if you're going to trade them, I really want to make sure you're doing it at the right time for something that's truly going to make a difference for your team, right? If you're gonna trade Michael Arroyo, just to use a name, or Felnine Celestin, don't waste it. And sometimes the deadline isn't the best time to make a deal with a guy like that. Sometimes it's in the offseason where you can really think about reshaping your team. Look, they got a lot of directions they can go, and you keep listening to all of these clues from the people in the know, whether it's, Adam saying that the Orioles maybe aren't, that doesn't come from nowhere. Like when he says the Orioles aren't maybe a good fit, then okay, I'm going to think to myself, they're probably not going to be able to get a deal done for Taylor Ward. Okay, fine. when I hear him say that maybe it is trading from the major league roster. Okay, well, that's pretty meaningful. Obviously, Luis Castillo for Weaver is one idea, but Luke Raley or maybe even Dom Canzone or Randy Arozarena, I don't think they're going to trade Randy, but, trading from something on your major league roster, maybe that is something that is in the cards for them. It's sort of hard to imagine, but at the same time, they do have some issues trying to fit in, because their biggest problem isn't that they have holes. It's that the guys they have aren't playing up to their potential. So I know. Yeah, go ahead.
And there's also uniquely a plethora of major league arms in your starting rotation. And a couple of them are going to be due for some extensions here down the road. In a Logan Gilbert, first and foremost, and then a George Kirby. Right? So how do you kind of balance? It's this beautiful challenge.
Kirby's an interesting name. I can't imagine they trade Logan Gilbert. I can't imagine it.
No.
They're just not going to do that. You trade Logan Gilbert, and I think you get an uprising.
100%.
But George Kirby's an interesting name.
New Yorker.
There are a lot of ways you could trade George Kirby and bring back a tremendous amount. I'm not saying they're going to do that, and it's really hard to do. You got to thread the needle, I think, to make some sort of a deal. But yeah, that's a name that you got to think about, right? Especially
if he's not in your long-term plans. You talk about this all the time. Salk can have starting way back when with Felix and where you're at in your team build.
How do you get the most value? The difference is they're good. I mean, they should be a playoff team this year. So are you going to trade a guy that should be starting a playoff game for you in a playoff year? Hard to do unless you know you're getting something back that you think you could use even more. And if you think Kate Anderson, Ryan Sloan, and all those guys are going to end up being ready, they got big decisions to make. Yeah, it may end up being a total dud, bust, nothing. But I don't think it's going to be because they didn't have a lot of interesting conversations. It may be because nothing works, because they tried some really difficult things. But it is. They're in a weird spot. There's no doubt. A very, very
weird spot, but a deep spot.
Yeah.
With a lot of conversation and possibilities.
Absolutely true. Let's come right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, and then a much-needed trip down recent memory lane coming up on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
What are the priorities in the second half? Number one for me, you got to clean it up. Start playing cleaner baseball.
Include Naylor in that. I'm going to have a lot more emphasis on him because he was a major straw that stirred the drink in their run in August and September last year.
That's fine. You can focus on Naylor all you want. I'll still be focused on, Cal, the guy who had 60 home runs and had the greatest season ever for a catcher last year.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Let me take you back 104 years ago. The year is 1922. The president is Warren G. Harding. Insulin is a breakthrough diabetes treatment. Betty White is born, and Wayscar Ford opens in Auburn. I mean, think about that. The Ford Bronco Sport I'm driving is from a dealership that's been around for 104 years. How's that possible? Wayscar Ford is a model of consistency, and their secret, it's all about the people, employees and customers, just like you and me. I'm looking at their core values, but they're more than words on paper. They mean it. They care. You know who I actually just texted with a question about the car? The guy I got it from at Wayscar Ford. He's awesome, and so is everyone, from the front desk all the way up to Way himself. Wayscar Ford is celebrating their 104th birthday in Auburn with exclusive deals for loyal customers. No payments for 104 days. Enter to win tickets. Go see them in person and be part of history. The Wayscarf Way. 104 years of service, trust, and community. Wayscarford.com.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue, Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com. When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven. DayandNight.net. Stay cool this summer with a new AC or heat pump from Day and Night. And with installation, you'll get a free furnace.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Get a new AC or heat pump now from Day and Night to stay cool this summer. Plus, with installation, you'll get a free furnace.
DayandNight.net. Super Summer Weekend is here at LeMay, America's Car Museum. This Friday, Disney Pixar's movie Cars, drive-in theater style. Saturday, Carson Coffee Show and Family Steam Day with custom car tracks and hands-on fun. AmericasCarMuseum.org.
Stay cool this summer and save big. Lake Washington Windows and Doors delivers the quality, comfort, and energy-saving performance you deserve. During July, buy 3 windows or doors and get 1 free. Plus, make no payments for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Just 5 days
until training camp for the Super Bowl champs. And nobody has it covered like the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
You know, I didn't necessarily think it at the moment, but as we've talked about it today, I do have a pretty big circle watch list on that.
There's no longer dotted lines, huh?
No, it's dotted
It's
still.
in pencil. No,
All right, it's in pencil. It's a
circled
solid circle line, solid circle, but in pencil. Because who knows what's going to happen. But if the Mariners do end up kind of doing what we thought they could do at the beginning of the year, that home run's going to have a little bit of meaning, I think, because of just where they were at. I know it's only July 18th. It's not, September, but
you're coming off a rough first half. You're
Real
under
rough.
500. You had gone 15 straight innings of just lifeless offense that felt and looked and sounded like the whole first half. Well, really after that 8-game losing streak, because the worst in baseball. I mean, that's fair to characterize because the numbers tell you that after that winning streak. There are 40 games that you were the worst in baseball. Come out of the break, you get shut out Friday night with, by the way, the easiest pitching matchup on paper that you're going to get this weekend. And then you get it shoved for 6 innings.
Things look bad. You're down 3-0.
The pitch. Swung on, tagged, right field. It's hammered. It's back. It is gone. Cole Young, one big swing. He has tied it. The Mariners needed that, and Cole Young comes through big. It's 3-3.
Are you about to throw the same kudos I am? Is that what your by the way is for? Was it for Aaron Goldsmith?
Goldie?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Minutes, not even. Just like in a bat before that, things looked dire, and he's like, despite it all, you're a Josh Naylor home run here from being in a 3-2 game.
That's
and
right. Yeah,
instead, I think it was Naylor walked or got hit by the pitch or whatever.
I was thinking about Cole's family.
Randy got hit by the pitch.
I was thinking about Cole's family. The $39 taco boat that they bought, or the nacho boat in Tampa they bought because I bought it.
Mm-hmm.
The noise and emotion that they shared all around me in the stands. And now their son does none of that on the baseball diamond. I also was thinking of his assistant baseball coach who I sat with during that game and peppered with questions. And I said, when did you know? When did you know, honestly, that he was going to be capable of doing this in the big leagues? Because he had a couple home runs down in Tampa as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, honestly, Brock, like 8th grade. Like, it was just different. He was just wired different. He moved different. He just...
Yeah, but by hitting... He can hit 20 home runs this year, potentially. Like, you didn't know that in 8th grade because,
No. And you know what else I didn't know? That story from Adam Jude. Had you heard that? That Julio put his finger in
I did.
Cole's...
Yeah, I do remember that.
You did hear that?
Yes, that was out there, I think, last year.
It's pretty cool, too.
Well, and I think you can hear that Cole himself knows what it did for the emotions in the dugout in that moment.
It was a big difference. But it was a big moment and changed the momentum a ton. So it was great for the team, and it changed the game a lot.
His running buddy Colt Emerson saved a run in the 10th, and then obviously Julio walked it off that Saturday game. Very meaningful for the Mariners to get back to 500 now. They got the Reds in for 3. We talked a lot about Brendan Donovan today. He got into a couple rehab games this weekend for Tacoma. He went 0 for 7, so still getting that timing back. Felnine Celestine, by the way, moved up, promoted to Double A.
I'm anxious to see what those numbers look like in a different league, different pitchers, and certainly a different ballpark. Hopefully they continue to ascend like him.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Does not feel like football season yet, I got to be honest. It's still July 20th, but it is happening. Rookies reported on Friday, and then the veterans get ready to report this Friday. No real drama. 7th round nose tackle Devin Eastern placed on the preseason PUP list. I'm guessing 90% of our audience doesn't know who that is. The vets, not expecting any real drama there. I think injury watch.
Yeah.
Barner, Arroyo, that tight end room that was beat up a little bit during the offseason workouts.
Mm-hmm.
Torrey Horton, obviously. But aside of that, there's just not a lot of real, drama.
Yeah, no, Sombert, Arroyo, they got in the last couple days of mandatory camp. I think they're going to be fine. Yeah, Barner, by all counts and looks, and he's working out a tight end U, and he's full speed, and he's going to pass his physical. He's going to hit the ground running. And it really, quite honestly, Zach Charbonnet, he'll be on the PUP for sure, but just kind of where is he at? Because everybody is already putting the ball in the belly of Jadarian Price, and he's going to be the guy. Well, Mr. Charbonnet is going to be in a contract year 2. And he's done a lot of really good things, and out goes K9. You know that he's going to be itching and clawing to be ahead of schedule, which he is. And then Torrey Horton. I'm not just going to forget about Torrey Horton, Salk, like I did Mark Lowe. You don't just forget about guys like that are touchdown makers. Does that shin injury, is it truly in the rearview mirror, and can he do something that he's not done all offseason? And that's actually practice. But, not many other storylines, and certainly not much drama.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Big win for Spain, Brock. They win the World Cup for the second time. I think they won, in 2010? And so this is their second World Cup victory. Huge. They win 1-0 in extra time. All right. Also, this weekend...
I'm just trying to imagine another sport on that stage. And again, this is global. This is 1 billion+ people watching this. Trying to watch a sport where you don't even shoot a gun, that you never shoot a clay, a football that you never throw to the end zone. You never smell, you don't even smell it. A basketball game where you just dribble. I watched that. Oh gosh, what was that 7-footer's name? Played in the Scott Pollard. I watched Scott Pollard at Kamiakin High School in Kennewick play in the state title or state playoffs at the Coliseum in Olympic High School.
See the guy with the black fingernails?
Yes, in Olympic High School. Held the ball at half court. No shot clock, just held the ball for 5 straight minutes.
Dude, we had that happen to us one time. I was so mad.
So mad.
So mad. Did I yell at the other team's coach? Absolutely.
How old were you?
Senior in high school.
Senior in high school.
Yeah. Hey, classy, real classy coach. That was awesome. Glad we drove an hour down here to play that game. Thanks.
It's like me yelling at those guys at Customs who cut in front of us.
Glad we drove down an hour out of our way to play your team, and you stood there holding the ball for 20 minutes. Thanks. That's a really great method. Great for youth sports.
Grandpa Larry, Grandma Jane ever video any of your old stuff?
Oh, yeah. All of it.
They still got it?
No, it's all gone.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm sure. You can't find it.
Oh, come on.
It's all gone.
Stop
It's all gone.
Larry?
Yeah, Larry definitely doesn't have the film of me knocking out that dude at Roxbury last. Yeah, no. Nobody's got any of that film. It's all gone. It's all gone. That's everything you need to know. Actually, did you see the guy break the record for the mile?
Bro.
So I got a question on that.
I watched the whole thing in the tub last night.
All right, so I didn't actually watch it. Does he start from a standstill?
Yeah.
Or can he take a running start?
No, they stand.
Okay.
And they had like 2 groups and, I don't know, half a dozen of them on the inside, half a dozen on the outside. They're all standing. And they had literally 2 guys that were just the lead dogs on that were setting the pace and then fell off. So first guy does the first lap, the next guy does the next lap, so he's on time. And frankly, even the guys behind him there were almost on record-breaking pace going into the final lap. So he was running at 16 miles an hour.
It's unbelievable. So, but my question is, if that is how you break the record of a mile race. But if you're actually trying to run the fastest mile possible, don't you think you'd do better running like a mile and a tenth? Where you actually take a tenth of a mile.
Like a flying mile?
Well, just like he's not starting at 16 miles an hour, right?
Right.
What if he could start at 16 miles an hour?
You're shaving a couple more seconds off.
Yeah. Don't you think? Probably more than a couple. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, which is a lot when, you're trying to break a record like that.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
It
just really
impressive.
Holy cow.
I don't know. My fastest 800 time, I think, was during one of my miles. When I would run just the 800, it was slower.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like if they gave him another tenth of a mile, I think he could run faster for 1 mile.
Or just a build up, just to even a 30 yards.
Just something to get himself so that he's starting
at
pace
60 miles an hour
rather than needing to start at 0.
But then also, how quickly did he accelerate to 60 miles an hour?
I'm guessing fairly quickly. But
yes.
Still some lost time in there. All right. Speaking of taking a little time to get up to speed, it did take the Seahawks a little bit of time in 2025. Game 1 was not everything that the coach hoped it would be, and yet did it set the scene for the entire season. If you forget everything that happened with the Seahawks' incredible run to a Super Bowl this past year, don't worry. Every day at 9:30, we got you covered on Brock and Salk.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it. Because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy, next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
All right, look, when's the last time you dug into your crawl space or your attic and wanted to see what kind of shape they were in? I'm guessing it's been a while. Maybe it's been since forever, right? Most homeowners completely avoid those areas. I certainly don't like to go in there. But that's why Crawl Pros is around. They will go where you don't want to, and that's what they did at my house. They came in, checked everything out. We saw some rodent intrusion that they dealt with. There were some insulation problems that they dealt with. Well, they got it all fixed. Now I got no problems at all, and we save money on a monthly basis because the furnace and the AC, they're not working nearly as hard. By the way, do it even better than I did, because right now local utility companies are incentivizing homeowners to make their home more efficient with proper insulation. Yeah, some homes qualify for several $1,000s in savings with these rebates. So don't just assume your crawl space and attic are in good condition. Do what I did. Call Crawl Pros today and schedule that free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
These days, everyday savings add up. Get more for your restaurant, food truck, or big event at Chef Store with warehouse savings on the food and supplies you use most. No membership required. Plus, we're open to the public. Visit Chef Store today.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half, plus try Xfinity Mobile free for a year, no commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only after 12 months. Regular rates do apply. So make the call today. 1-800-XFINITY.
Seattle baseball is heating up, and so is summertime. Dave Wyman for Fast Home Services. Their HVAC department has you covered. While others book out for weeks, Fast Heating and Air is just that, fast. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to request your next day consultation for AC, heat pumps, or other cooling services. Same week install available for a limited time. Or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
Mariners and Reds tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
Bet your butt you are. So good, we're going to say it twice.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. We just want to make sure. Brock, we try to operate. What was the word we used last week to describe the new ownership group? That they wanted to be stewards, right? And
stewards.
Kind of operate in the best interest of the people around them. And I think we take that same approach. We want to operate and do what's best for everybody. And
By the way,
yeah.
And by the way, I heard from previous ownership group, somebody within that group.
Yeah.
Compete till the end. Very, very proud. Because I said that. I said, what amazing stewards, to your point.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, a book better be written. Todd Lewicki, go write the book. Don't just tell us about it. Go write the book, Todd, about the greatest stewardship in the history of professional sports. That not only do you go to 4 Super Bowls, not only do you win 2 Super Bowls over those 20 years, but you turn your profit into almost $10 billion of gifting and philanthropy
charity.
back to
unbelievable.
The market you operated in. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's incredible. The whole thing is just, it's wonderful. But I was thinking about that word steward and doing something in the public interest. And I was realizing that I didn't remember the Seahawks season as well as I should. I just don't. I remember some of the big moments. There's a couple of games that really stick in my head. Honestly, if you ask me what game I remembered best from the year, it's probably that whooping of the Cardinals. But, I don't remember every single game and every moment and what happened. And I figured we got 20 shows to go before the team starts its preseason against Dallas. In another couple of weeks, we'll start the 25 most intriguing Seahawks and kind of go through all of those one a day at 9 o'clock. But how fun would it be if at 9:30 we could just remember each of the games that already occurred last year? There were 20 of them as we get ready for them to try to defend their title here in 2026. So the Seahawks season in 2025 began against, anybody remember?
The San Francisco 49ers.
That is very true. The San Francisco 49ers, Brock. Week 1, September 7th was the game last year. It was played here at home. And
Divisional
I'm sorry, it was
foe.
Yeah,
Yep.
and it didn't go well. They lost 17-13, and we'll get into what Mike McDonald said afterwards because that was just as much a part of the story. The numbers are really not pretty. Right? Just to remember what that game looked like, they got kind of destroyed. Certainly if you look at just the stats. Okay?
Okay.
Yards, 384 to 240.
And by the way, I told you when you sent this great idea yesterday over the weekend, so I'm going to do my best to not cheat the project.
Okay.
Because I do feel like my memory, I remember a lot of actually little details in this game, but I want to go back and throughout this little journey, I want to see how much I actually do really remember.
All right. Well,
so 384 to 240.
That's not great. The first downs were 24-14. The time of possession was nearly 38 minutes to 22.
Yep.
Sam Darnold went 16 of 23 for 150 yards, no touchdowns, no picks.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth Walker, everyone keeps calling him the MVP. Well, he was a Super Bowl MVP, but not that game. 10 carries for 20 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Charbonnet a little bit better, 12 for 47. Now, JSN broke out for the first time. He was tremendous, obviously, all year long. 9 receptions for 124 yards, but even he had a fumble in the game. Defense did some really nice things. They only allowed 13 points in the game. They had a couple of interceptions, one from Josh Jobe, one from Ernest Jones.
Stafford stays in on 1st and 10 at their own 42. Play fake to him. Purdy now, 7-step drop, slides to the left in the pocket. Has time, dumps it over the middle. Ball is intercepted, and it is Jones at the 45-yard line who takes it away from the tight end. Jones now with 5 in the regular season. Add on to that.
Mm-hmm. No, that clip was from the playoff game, right?
That one was, but there was a different clip where he intercepted.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. No worries.
We were having some issues trying to get sound from September 7th, but that's obviously because that was a postseason rather than week 1. But trust me, he did have an interception, as did Josh Jobe.
Yes.
And so despite it all,
they
could have won.
So go back.
They could have won. They
Read me
had
Sam
the ball.
Darnold's stat line again.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold was 16 of 23 for $150.
Yeah, but I didn't tell you the one other part of the stat line that kind of ended up being a big deal because with 42 seconds to play, down to the Niners' 9-yard line, chasing 3 with a chance to win.
2nd down and 5. Darnold takes the shotgun snap, looks, fires, ball comes off his hand. Is it a fumble? Is it an incomplete pass? If it's a fumble, the Niners recover ball game. The ball, I believe, was tipped away from Darnold as he was rearing back to throw. As the pressure got in there to Sam Darnold, ball hits the ground. Bosa recovers, and that's going to do it.
Gosh, it's amazing to think what you were feeling that day, what Mike McDonald the next day was feeling with us, and to think that 19 games later they'd be lifting the Lombardi.
Yeah. I mean, Mike was really mad, and a lot of reasons why. I mean, the Sam fumble was brutal. It was Abe Lucas who got tossed. Yeah. I know. Well, they're both brutal, both parts of it. I mean, Abe got tossed, and unfortunately, Nick Bosa made a big play there. You can't fumble the ball in that situation at the 9-yard line. You got to get rid of it. You had the drive right before where Tungus, the random tight end, got open, and Reek Woolen had himself quite the moment on that drive. That was that did not spell.
Oh, Reek.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough one for him, and so it was a really frustrating.
Tungus got the touchdown?
Tungus, I know. Jake Tungus, the backup tight end for the Niners.
Yep.
It's why I ended up asking Mike McDonald the next day, like, man, you seem really mad for a week 1 loss to a good team.
Well, I mean, one, yes, of course you're frustrated. We expect to win those games, and I feel like we're good enough to do that. So yeah, I was going to be frustrated with it, but like I told the team after the game, I believe we have a really good football team, and I trust the guys in the locker room. I trust our coaches, and it's a long season, but there's an urgency to go make it right and to get better. And this is a really critical week for us to take a big step and to become a better football team. So that's where I'm at. I'm just kind of right now. It's just, I'm in the process of us after watching the tape, and I don't have all the answers yet for you. I wish I did. But we'll get those over the rest of the morning and when the players get here, and then we'll move forward.
Ooh, I didn't realize he went I am. He went Old Testament.
I just am.
Scripture.
Right, I just am. I
good.
am. I'm just here I am. But we asked him about it later in the season. Like, can you go back and reflect why were you so mad? And he was like, yeah, because I knew I had a good team.
Right.
Right? Like, of course I was mad.
Well,
we should
it's a
have
division
beaten that
rival.
team.
It's sense of urgency. It's familiar names. Can you do me one favor? Do you have the box score pulled up? Tell me what the 49ers ran for, and in particular, Christian McCaffrey, yards, attempts, yards per carry.
McCaffrey was 22 carries for 69 yards, and the team was 36 for 119.
Yeah. So I do remember that pretty vividly. McCaffrey averaged just over 3 yards a carry. That unlike the previous years where it was 7 yards, 5 yards, 8 yards, 7 yards, 5, like, oh man, they stoned him a lot. And he had to really, really work for those 3 yards of carry. I remember that probably being the thing I felt best about. Reek Woolen, some of the defense, and in particular, if you remember, one of the big keys to that game was Nicky Manwari goes out on the first series. An ankle sprain. I think he was taking on a cross zone blocker, and just ankle gives way and tried to play on it, another play or two, and he goes out. And Kyle Shanahan and San Francisco, being what they are, really picked on Ty Okada. Gave up a red zone touchdown to George Kittle, gave up a 3rd down, just a little hitch route that he dives at ankles. He misses a critical tackle that was in front of the chains. It kept a drive going, and I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, you were a little nervous. I remember that about
Yeah,
Okada.
like if we are a Nicky Manwari injury away, or a Ty Okada's got to play that much within this, we're kind of going to be.
It's kind of funny because they still only gave up 17 runs. They only gave up.
Points.
It's definitely still baseball season. They only gave up 17 points in the game, so it's not like they got rolled.
Nope.
But yeah, I mean, those, even though they had a chance to tie or I guess win the game there at the end. They got
manhandled. They got manhandled at the line of
And
scrimmage.
you mentioned that McCaffrey only had 69 yards on the ground. That's true. He did add 73 in the air.
That's right.
I mean, like he was still a pretty big factor in that game.
The biggest factor, and what I think many of us left that game feeling uncomfortable, was number one, like Sam was solid and JSN was great. And even on that drive before the fumble, if you remember, he had a beautiful kind of intermediate deep to JSN to set that whole thing up and get down there. So there was that, oh, geez, is this just the Sam Darnold experience? Like there's just going to be mistakes and they're going to come up at critical times. And on top of that, Salk, they could not run the ball a lick. And if you're in San Francisco and you're a 49er fan and you're feeling, and you know what, if you want to give old Bucky Brooks, a little – Bucky's going to tell you that San Fran team you walloped at the end of the year, it was a facsimile, not even a facsimile in any way of what that was, because that was Bosa, that was Warner, that was, if you remember the name, D. Winters. Mm-hmm. How many tackles if you got the box score
6.
again? Yeah, that guy, they couldn't block him, right? They just could not. Anthony Bradford and this O-line, and here we go again, another O-line coach, another play caller, and we can't run the ball. You can't do anything at the line of scrimmage against the 49ers. It just kind of felt that discouraging way coming off of that game. Defensively, took it away. Defensively, made it hard. Defensively, give up 17 points. Defensively, kind of a fluky play here or there of Rick Woolen and down the sidelines and in the end zone, and they do nothing. So defensively, you can kind of understand why Mike was a bit pissed. But offensively, at that stage,
they weren't fully developed. So a lot to think about there. One, how worried were you? Can you try to remember back to that day and remember how you felt about the team? I remember thinking, all right, they lost a close game to a good team. I don't know that, a week one. You definitely never want to overreact to any week one is in the NFL. It's just there's too many weird results, like the Raiders last year beating the Patriots, right? Mm-hmm. Where you're just like, all right, well, that certainly had nothing to do with the rest of the season whatsoever. But I think it's worth remembering for this coming year that as good as Kubiak ended up being throughout the year, it did take the offense a little while. It certainly took the running game a little while to get going.
Yeah, and that was discouraging because if you remember as well, just 3 weeks prior, speaking of throw out the preseason and first week of the season, do you remember the first preseason game? They ran for like 265 yards against those vaunted Raiders, and it was like, oh my gosh. So this is what a run game looks like. Oh, so this is what a mature offensive coordinator, and so this is what the Kubiak tree is supposed to look like. And then it was like, whoa, kind of stalled a little in the preseason. Wow, they're playing backups. It was Milroe. We didn't even see. But you remember the first preseason game when they came out humming? Well, that game in the 49ers, in particular, in the front, they just couldn't block them. They just could not move those guys against their will. No explosive runs, no explosive plays in that line of scrimmage game. And, I think there was some feeling of, can this really change that dramatically in year one? And it's going to come about here with Brian Fleury in the weeks and the months ahead. Okay, what does it look like early here? As you said right there, you weren't matured yet. You didn't know what you were yet. And how many of those conversations will we have maybe in the month of September and October?
Yep. Well, that was week one. It was September 7th of last year. We will go through the remaining 16 weeks of the regular season, the 3 playoff games as well. Each day, usually at 9:30. We might need to move it around for various things. But for the most part, 9:30. We'll try to get to it every day leading up to the first preseason game against the Cowboys. Anybody remember who they played in week 2?
Don't care.
What do you mean we don't care? Well, then I shouldn't do the bid. Do you remember who it was?
Ooh, that's a good
Top of your head. Anyone remember who they played week 2?
No.
I had to look it up.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, Brock, we will cover the September 14th game on the road in Pittsburgh against the Steelers.
I do remember that
in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers. I got to be honest.
DK Metcalf.
I don't remember the game at all.
Stop it.
I remember the Niners game a lot. I don't really remember the Pittsburgh game at all. I'm not.
Stop it.
I will
what
not
was the biggest
it.
play in the game? There was one huge play in the game. Totally changed the whole fortune in the second half. You could almost put a circle around it in pencil.
I swear to God, I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Doggone it, Saul.
I don't.
Maura, do you remember? It was an enormous game-changing.
I don't remember.
And maybe if they started 0-2, do they end
JSN?
up? No. Ian?
I got nothing.
I worked this game. I know I cut the highlight for whatever you're talking about.
Without looking, and I'm not going to cheat.
Is there an interception or something?
No. Let me. You want a hint?
No, I want to.
Okay.
No, I don't want
Then
anything.
You'll discover it tomorrow.
This is the problem.
Okay.
This is why I need to do this exercise so that I can remember, because I'm sure I'm not the only one who doesn't remember all this stuff.
I know the text toys texting.
They are?
I'm sure they are.
No, they're writing about Scooble and about trying to trade for Mason Miller right now.
Okay.
So anyway, we'll have some fun doing that as we get ready for the Seahawks to open up their season, a defense of a Super Bowl title, and one that, I don't think most of us saw coming necessarily, and certainly not after week 1 when they lost to the Niners. So there you go. Every morning we'll do that at 9:30.
Special teams play.
Huh?
It was a special teams play.
Was it the Torrey Horton?
No, but it was the start of the
Was that
special
a block,
teams
a blocked
helping
punt?
win game.
I don't remember. I don't remember. I'll have to. I'll have to go back and when I do
you'll
my
chuckle when
research
you do.
tonight.
Yeah, you'll chuckle when you do.
All right,
This is
special
great.
teams play. Cool. All right, fun. That sounds great.
All right, so I'm looking at the schedule, Salky.
Yep.
And I'm looking at the Mariners, took care of business. You win a series. Don't apologize for it, even though it was a stinker on Friday night, really testing the grace and the patience and the wherewithal of a lot of us. But you win the next 2. You got Reds for 3. You have an off day, and that's 10 straight days.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, by the way, I did take a little peek into August.
Yeah, the August schedule's
it's a bear.
Oh, it's hard.
Oh, it's a bear.
Yeah. Now the September schedule balances it out.
It does.
But August
September,
is tough.
It gets real.
Real tough.
There is not many gimmies in the whole month of August, and it really kind of starts with this: take care of business. Better win this series. I don't care what it looks like. You want to sweep them, sure, but just win this series.
Mm-hmm.
Off day, and then it is 4 in Texas.
4 Texas, 3 in LA.
And then 3 with Minnesota,
Who's
and
right
then
there
the
with
trade
you.
deadline. That's right.
Then the trade deadline, and then you're right, Brock. This August schedule, Detroit, who's been playing great ball, Tampa, the Yankees, the Astros, the Brewers, who've been really good, the Cubs, and the Phillies, and then the
all
Blue
playoff
Jays.
teams. Almost everybody you reference right
That
there
is
are
a
all
tough
either
month.
leading their division or in the wild card or playoff teams.
Now, as we said, it does balance out a little bit in September after Boston, which is the swing team there. And then it's the A's, the Rangers, the A's, the Angels, the Rockies, 2 with the Astros, and then finish with 4 with the Angels.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bad group of teams.
Yep.
Right? I mean, that is just that's the complete opposite of your August schedule.
That's right. Would you prefer it that way?
Yeah,
Probably do.
I think you could look at it either way. I mean, there is something to be said for, get yourself battle tested down the stretch. But look, you should make the playoffs. I mean, again, you look at that schedule and you look at who you are and the talent you have and the other teams, you should make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do to get there? What are you going to do to clean it up? What are you going to do to clean up your act? Was Saturday a turning point? I hope so. I hope Saturday was a turning point. I hope that we're going to be talking about that Cole Young home run for a long time because it was needed. Then you're down 3-0 to a miserable Giants team that just wants to lose. You can't afford to lose that game.
Right.
It's not must win, obviously, on July 18th, but at that
the Rangers
point, you
get
lose
their
that.
doors blown off. Or no, actually, the Rangers won on
They
Saturday. They
won
lost
that game.
Friday.
But you would
They
have at
win
that point
Saturday.
lost 6 of 7? 7 of 8, right? Because you lost 5 of 6 on the road.
1 of 5 road trip, 1 of 6. It would have been 1 of 7. You would have lost 7 of 8 games.
You can't, that's a really bad spot to be in.
And you did feel the energy. You did feel the boo birds.
Yes.
You did feel the frustration. The socials were going crazy frustrated with this. Does not look any different coming off the All-Star break. What conversations did we have? What rest did we get? What focus are we seeing with kind of multiple errors the night before and just being shut down again? Yeah, and then one mistake, and that was a mistake. Logan Webb kept that thing, and it was a cement mixer right in the go zone for Cole, and he absolutely deposited it.
Yeah.
And then, as he said, it kind of for everybody in there, they're still human beings, man. They are built and wired differently than the fans are, but they're still humans. And the energy and the juice in that dugout.
Yeah, we kind of make chuckle a little bit at Cole Young not being the most verbose, but I think he sums that up perfectly. It's a shortcut. It's only 13 seconds. But I think when he's asked about the change that home run made in the dugout, I think his answer is pretty important.
It was a big difference. think it was a big moment and changed the momentum a ton. So it was great for the team, and yeah, it changed the game a lot.
And then Dan was asked about it as well. Here's what Brian Wu said about it.
Yeah, I mean, it was just big swing, big moment. Obviously, just couldn't get a whole lot going offensively, especially when you get a good pitcher like Webby. Like sometimes it's just how you get them. You got to get a couple guys on in one inning and get a big swing, and very few times are you gonna kind of paper cut him to death. A lot of times it's just like you got to get him in one inning that maybe he doesn't have his best stuff and take advantage of the opportunity. That's exactly what.
And then I'll give you one more. I'll just play you what Dan said.
This game's all about is adjustments, and Cole's a good hitter and he makes adjustments. I think the thing with Cole is, he does such a great job of staying inside the ball, and he got that pitch. It was a little bit out front, but kept his hands back and was able to get enough of it to drive it out of the ballpark. Again, that's a big turning point there in the game, and gave us a lot of emotion going into that later part of the game.
It's funny to circle all the way back to our initial conversation that started this Monday morning, Salk, about identity and kind of going through them, and Dan saying over the weekend, want to be gritty, right? Want to be resilient, want to fight, and kind of walk through the whole roster, right? And then you even went to the AI level of what does gritty in Major League Baseball look like, and its fundamentals, and it's the little things, and it's taking the bait. It really, I mean, the most, honestly, like Silo A, Silo B, like the most clear cut you probably put on there. And you know what? It's not me, in my opinion. It's playing 100 games when nobody else on the team has over the course of the year, when it's doing fundamentally the things you got to do, when it's maximizing all the God-given talent you have. You talk about the grittiest, most resilient, most kind of Dan Wilson kind of player. It's that dude at second base every single day.
Made an error earlier in that game, too.
Resilient.
Bounce back. Pretty cool. All right, good day. Good fun stuff.
Passing tomorrow. We'll be 13 days away from the trade deadline.
Passing tomorrow.
Rich Eisen.
Rich Eisen on Wednesday?
Rich Eisen Wednesday.
I think Buster only on Friday.
And I'm trying for Kyle Brand on Thursday.
Okay, so that's kind of a busy week.
I mean, we got to get going, Salk. It's football season.
It does feel that way.
Mariners trade season. It's World Series.
Did the Steelers make a dumb mistake in that game?
Yes.
Yeah, now it's starting to come back to me. Okay, I think I remember. All right, I think I remember. Kudos to Halani?
George
Halani. Yeah, now it's coming back to me. Now it's coming back. Now it's coming back. We'll see you guys at 6 a.m. Enjoy the rest of your beautiful Monday. Bump and Stacy up next in the hay.
Go Mariners in the bar.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Seattle. Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
A Wilt Chamberlain 1972 playoff game-worn jacket was recently bought for $3 at a Goodwill in Portland. You may not be sitting on a warm-up jacket worn by Wilt the Stilt, but there's serious value to your old gold, jewelry, watches, silver, and coins. Dave Wyman encouraging you to see what they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Linwood. They'll give you an honest, no-pressure assessment for free. See how much they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins, and if the price is right, cash in.
Stay cool this summer and save big. Lake Washington Windows and Doors delivers the quality, comfort, and energy-saving performance you deserve. During July, buy 3 windows or doors and get 1 free. Plus, make no payments for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Buc-ee's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Buc-ee's makes auto care simple. Visit Buc-ee's.com today and drive with confidence. Buc-ee's.com.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Your old water heater's starting to peter. DayandNight.net. Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
Right now is a good time to try to save money, and one of the easiest ways to save, taking the First Mark Challenge. Mike and I took the First Mark Challenge a couple years ago, and we have saved thousands of dollars since then on our insurance. Here's how First Mark Insurance works for you. They compare rates and coverage from dozens of the top-rated carriers. Then they go to work to find you the right coverage at the lowest possible price for you and your family. And when you need them and pick up the phone, you'll talk to a real person who knows you and is there to help. That's the kind of world-class service that has kept us with First Mark Insurance year after year. So take the First Mark Challenge today. It costs you nothing. There's no obligation. And you'll find out just how much money you could be saving every single month. You could be the next First Mark Challenge victory. They've had over 11,000 of them, and I'm one of them. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. What are you waiting for? No cost, no obligation. They simply show you whether they can find you lower premiums, better coverage, or both. Your savings start tomorrow. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimony.